In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a free-for-all football Friday. You know what I'm saying? Zay, how excited do you think Texas Longhorns fans are to take on Arkansas tomorrow at 2:30?
Well, first off, how you doing? How's it going, everybody? Happy Friday, everybody. Feeling good, feeling great. Chip, how are you doing before we get into this Longhorn talk against them?
I like that you still, you still like the meet and greet, the
yeah, come on,
how
man.
you doing? You know?
Yeah, we got a little bit of time to, talk about how we're feeling. This is such a beautiful time of the day for the both of us, for the people. CB, our guy, Champ over here dropping toys and stuff. Everybody's happy.
Champ's fired up. He's ready for the
Yeah.
He's ready for the Razorbacks.
Yeah. It's Thanksgiving, man. It's time to carve up some hog. We ain't carving up no turkey.
Having some bacon. We're having some bacon.
A little ham.
Pork. Little ham.
Absolutely. Little pork ribs. What's your favorite type of swine?
I mean, bacon.
Bacon.
Right? I mean, everyone loves bacon.
Everyone loves bacon. Yeah, that's a good way to go.
What about you?
Give me a good rib.
Oh, some pork ribs?
Give me a good pork rib, man.
Okay. All right. Some pork ribs. That's good.
Some sauce, man. Give me a good pork rib. Yeah. But love me some good bacon too. I'm a big pig guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like pig more than cow?
I don't know, man. It's a good brisket.
Good ribeye.
Yeah, it's good steak. Some good brisket.
Filet mignon.
Yeah. It's a tie. It depends on the mood.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you though. If we're going to get barbecue, I need me some pork ribs. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Are you a sauce guy, or are you one of those ones who don't need no sauce?
I'm okay with a little sauce. I mean, if you got it seasoned to perfection, I don't need no sauce.
Right.
But yeah, I'm okay with a little sauce. Mix it up, change it up a little bit.
Okay.
CB, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, who's living now in Washington State.
Tough. That's tough.
He misses that Texas barbecue. I don't blame him.
There has to be somebody out there, CB, that is from the great state that took some OG recipes up to the Pacific Northwest and opened up their own establishment and is paying it forward. Because that's how it is. Like, I go to places, I got family, brother and sister-in-law, Cincinnati, another brother and sister-in-law in Charleston. And that's what they do. They always find the spot that serves Texas-style barbecue. And even though they won't admit that it's the same, what you would find down here, it helps. It actually could stand up and give them some nostalgia, So I'm sure CB could find that up there if he hasn't already.
Yeah, and they do a good job now of vacuum sealing barbecue and sending it. Like, if you like Kansas City barbecue, you can get it, freeze they can vacuum seal it and send it to you.
Yeah.
With a little dry ice. So, they can
do master classes and stuff.
What's that?
Aaron Franklin, he'd be doing master classes and stuff, giving people game, giving people tips.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All right, so let me try this again now that we've had our chance to say hello to the peeps. How excited do you think Texas fans are for tomorrow at 2:30?
I don't think they're very excited at all, to be honest.
You do not think they are.
No, no, no. They know that this is a wash season. They know that. What do you want me to say? Like, that's in a way, that's a good thing. Like, I just, because the expectation is what it is. And Steve Sarkisian's done that. That's the good thing about it. Like, Steve, I'm sure Sark will tell you himself that, yeah, like, I mean, even though he went off on Kurt Bowles the other day, but he knows deep down, this ain't it. This ain't the standard. You go back-to-back college football playoffs, both games, you're a couple plays away from getting to the Natty. Yeah, this is a step back or two or three, depending on who you ask. So Arkansas, who is 2-8, now next Friday, that's a different story. A week from today, that's a different story because – yeah, it would be nice to ruin them Ag's day and mess up their undefeated season. But as of right now, when you got this team that's just on its last leg in Arkansas and you come off of getting your ass whooped in Athens where Kirby just embarrassed you on the field, on the mic, disrespecting your culture, and then you got Desmond Howard taking out the garbage. It's just, it's hard for Texas fans to get up for this one. And I get it. I completely understand it. So, yeah, if you already have a ticket, there's not many of these games. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure there's a lot of folks that probably gave their ticket away this weekend with early Christmas present for the homies that hasn't been to a game all year, but would love to go to a game because no matter what, it's an amazing atmosphere. CDC made it that way. So hopefully there's a lot of those fans there that are like, you know what? This is a Texas game. Let's make the most out of it. But yeah, get those people enthusiastic by killing them hogs this weekend. Like, it was bad. Last Saturday was bad. So you should be really pissed off. And Arkansas, they ain't got nothing to play for. Like, I get it. It's a rival game for them. But that first quarter after that, man, you should see a lot of blood on that field, my opinion. The way that Kirby was talking crazy, the way that you got embarrassed, why wouldn't you want to go kill? Why wouldn't you want to go take somebody's head off, win by 50, run up the score, send a message? This is a big recruiting weekend, too. We talked to our boy Southside yesterday, Hank South. Huge recruiting weekend. Because you heard what Kirby said. Y'all trying to play physical around here? We ain't about to just to check. Yeah. Like, I don't. For your original question, I do not think Texas fans are excited for tomorrow. It is what it is. But you can't worry about that if you're this team and you're Sark.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what these players, what they're thinking about. This is one of those trap games. You're coming off Georgia, all the hype and emotion and excitement of going to Athens with so much on the line. And then, you get kicked in the groin. You lose 35-10. And now you got A&M next week. And here comes 8 straight loss Arkansas. But they're playing everybody to the last second. I mean, 6 of their 8 losses have been by 6 points or less. 5 have been by 3 points or less. 3 of those were against ranked opponents, Ole Miss, Tennessee, and A&M. A&M was 45-42. And old Bobby Petrino's trying to get a job. So his offense is cooking. They're top 20 in rushing. They're top 3 in third down conversions. They're averaging 34 points per game. Texas is averaging 27.6 and less just in SEC play. And they're rushing for less than 100 yards a game in SEC play, Texas. And I finally dug into the record books to find out. Like, I told you that this is the worst rushing season they've had since 1950.
Damn.
Apparently they do have records that go back before that. It goes back to 1938.
Damn. What?
Yeah. So this is it's a
38, man. As Shane Gillis says, you had guys like old Curly playing back then.
right. You were wearing leather helmets.
Yeah.
I mean,
Others couldn't play. It was a different time.
So it's probably just worth saying it's the worst rushing performance in the last 75 years, but it goes back further than that. So
that's so depressing.
Let's see what these guys, what the players are feeling. Because look, at some point, Arch Manning, he just wants to get better. He just wants to keep getting better. This offense needs to keep getting better. Defense, it's like the back end of the car blew out, on the defense. No one's, really tagging them up in terms of rushing since Florida. But now they're giving up booty in the back end because explosive plays, explosive play touchdowns. Even worse, 30-yard touchdown last week to London Humphreys on a busted coverages all over the place the last 2 games. So let's see how much attention these players are paying to these coaches this week.
Yeah. I love talking to my pops. I talked to him the other day because he just gives me, like, parenting never ends. You know that. Like, even like as a parent, even though they move out the house, parenting, it just never ends. And the relationship I have with my father is better than it's ever been because now I get what the process was when I was young and I thought he was Satan. But, we're talking about Texas football. And I'm like, yeah, Dwayne Keena getting a lot of heat because he loves Dwayne Keena, especially knowing what Dwayne Keena did for Michael Griffin. Obviously, my pops loves Mike because it's like another son to him with just seeing Mike grow up and coaching him and stuff. But my dad was like, think about when Dwayne Keena was popular and popping and DBU was. This is 20-something years ago. The kid and athlete has changed. Dwayne Keena might still be the same IQ-wise, but I'm pretty sure the things that he used to say and some of the things that used to go on, oh my God, you get canceled in a heartbeat here in 2025. So again, I'm not saying that Dwayne Keena's lost a step or anything, but I didn't think about that. Because again, I'm talking to my pops, former coach. He's seen a lot. You know what I'm saying? Over 40-some years in the game. So he's seen a lot of different generations of athlete. And these kids are just different nowadays. NIL, everything is just different.
What are you trying to tell me?
I'm not trying to tell you anything. I'm just trying to keep things in perspective. I'm trying to look at everything here.
You're trying to tell me the games passed Dwayne Aquino by?
See, you being like me when I was.
Well, what are you saying? You're saying stuff like people
No,
get.
I'm not saying the games passed him by. I'm just saying he has no choice but to coach differently than he did when DBU was DBU. That's all. He has no choice. He adapting. If you don't adapt, like the dinosaurs, what my man Sark saying, like the dinosaurs, you get left behind. So with him adapting, like it's just different, and it's only year one. So I'm giving Dwayne Aquino a grace that I haven't until my pops laid that game on me earlier this week. Like, okay, I get that. I don't think he's lost a step. I just think that it's still some getting used to. Pete Kwiatkowski's system, like everything. Like, let's not just because Dwayne Aquino's getting a lot of heat. Mark Orfeh too. Like Sark got to ask them questions this week about the defensive coaches. Kenote Hudson, he getting a lot of heat for the slot star position. So I'm just, I'm giving Dwayne Aquino a little grace because I've been on him too. And I didn't think about it like that. Like he's having to adapt. Like this is only year one. So again, secondary is still not great. Still a huge Achilles heel. Jalen Gilbo has taken a huge step back from what he was playing the star position before. Loyola LaFau's taking a step back. Like, the list goes on. A lot of guys that I think have taken a step back this year. But some of these new guys, even Chad Scott, like, I've been on my man hard. Like, running back room has not been good. But Kyle Flood, you've been here. What's up? You've been here for a hot minute. You co-offensive coordinator, whatever the hell that means.
Well, it's interesting because I was just on a Zoom press conference with Vic Schaefer, and he just landed, he's putting together one of the best recruiting classes in the country with Crittenden and Bjorn and Spate and these incredible players that he's putting together in this recruiting class. And he said, we're old school. Some of these women we've been recruiting for 3 years. We're old school. We're into building relationships. And, one of the knocks I've heard on Kyle Flood is that, he's not as much into building the relationship with recruits as he is saying, hey, Texas wants you. And that should, Texas wants you. So you should come here and play for the Longhorns. You know what I mean? And that's different strokes for different folks. But, because one of the knocks was that Michael Fasusi, the kid who ended up going to Oklahoma, kind of wanted to go to Texas, but didn't feel the relationship with Kyle Flood.
Didn't feel love. Didn't feel seen.
Let me finish. Hold on. That he didn't feel the love from Kyle Flood that he felt with Bill Bedenbaugh, the offensive line coach at Oklahoma. So he went to Oklahoma. And that was a highly rated offensive lineman in the state of Texas. And so, okay, Sark, surely you're aware of that. Does that mean you got to put Jeff Banks on some of these offensive linemen or some of your better recruiters? Because you got to retrench. You got to refortify that offensive line, or you're going to be looking at another nasty year. You don't want anyone talking about how you're setting records for how inept your rush offense is. That's a nightmare. I mean, it's kind of amazing they've only lost 3 games with that kind of rushing. So, I mean, this is all part of what Sark has to. He's got a big old, performance review that he's got to do. He's got to look in the mirror. Then he's got to look at all his coaches. Then he's got to look at all his players. And they're already in the process of putting out their NIL offers to guys for next year. And they got 2 more football games to coach and play. So this is a nightmare time for Steve Sarkisian because everything's so condensed. He's got signing day coming up in less than a month, or right at a month, less than a month. He's got the portal window's going to open in January, and that's going to be the only window. And he's got to have a feel for who's staying, who's going. The draft is until April. They don't have to declare until, February. It's a lot. So we'll see how focused everybody is tomorrow at 2:30.
Yeah, you ain't gonna have as many guys drafted as you would have thought. Like it'll be a little different this year. That 23 that you've had in 2 years, it might be about 28. Like, I don't even know, is Jelani McDonald going to come out? Jalen Gilbo, is he going to get drafted? Like, with the year he's having, I don't know about that. Like, Bucky,
right. I mean, Anthony Hill is probably because I think Arch comes back. So I think Anthony Hill is going to be your highest draft pick. And yeah.
Like, Trevor Gooseby, he'll probably come back because his brother's coming in, the hoop. So you would assume. But yeah, back to Kyle Flood, man. This ain't the pros, bro. Like the whole not trying to have relationships and stuff like that, man. Like these are kids that are leaving the nest of their parents for the first time in their lives. They want to feel comfortable. Their parents want them to feel comfortable. So if you're just doing hey, it's the brand. How do you not want to be a part of this? That's not going to work anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to form some type of relationships. You can't have just other guys do it for you. Like, everybody has to pull their own. And if I'm Sark, I'd let him know that. Like, hey, man, look, what we do X's and O's wise, I still trust you there. But if we're missing out on recruits because you are an introvert, with what you getting paid, bro, that ain't going to cut it. It ain't going to cut it. Like, I'm not trying to hear that. Hug the kid. You ain't got to go Tom Herman. You ain't got to kiss him. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to be that dramatic, but hug the kid. Dap him up. Bring him in tight. You know what I'm saying? Get some background knowledge on him. Like, what's his dad's favorite meal? Bring that over. His dad likes a good steak. Bring some cold ones over from Omaha or something like that. Like, just those little things that you hear some of these old coaches, OGs doing. And now that you got NIL, it's a lot easier to do these kind of things. So, yeah, I hate hearing that, especially at the college level. Like, you gotta, the relationships, I think they're way more important at that level because these guys, they're still trying to become young men. And there's so many stories where you hear these former collegiate athletes when they're adults and they have families, they go back to their college coach and they're like, yeah, he was a father figure to my life. Even though I had a father, this guy was like another one that took care of me when I was 300 miles away from home. Those things, they're important. So
yeah,
these conversations need to be had, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, these are the things that Sarkisian has to evaluate. He's got to, look.
What Chip just said, Rex, what Chip just said, my dog.
Yeah. That maybe Kyle Flood isn't the best relationship builder in recruiting. That he sells the school, he sells the opportunity, the chance to be a Longhorn, live in Austin, play with great players. But there are those coaches and Tashard Choice is one of them, who's always asking about, hey, how's everything? Oh, you're having girlfriend trouble, man. I had a girlfriend trouble in high school, and
Yeah, I left her. Like,
yeah.
You about to be at the ATX, man. You want to see what West Campus is like? Leave
You're not
her.
going to have any girl problems here. You know what I'm saying? No.
Fine.
But yeah, I mean, look, it's a lot. It's a lot. But if you want to excel, if you want to coach the best players, you got to have that relationship. You got to have that relationship. So, and look, every staff does it a little different. Like Pete Kwiatkowski's not a great recruiter. So you send out Alan Clark and Kenny Baker, and, you know, a lot of times the coordinator's the closer, but Flood is, I mean, he's the coordinator.
Yeah.
But he's the offensive line coach.
Yeah.
So,
he lucky Mario Cristobal went to Coral Gables.
That's right. That's true. That's true. That landed him Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams. So that, and the Pancake Factory.
Yeah.
You know, you got to give it up to Rick Vasquez and those guys, because they came up with that 501c3 guaranteeing $50,000 in NIL to each scholarship offensive lineman. They introduced it on December 6th. Signing day was like the 15th. Perfect timing. Texas was ahead of the game at that time, and they landed that great class that also included Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson and Neto Umazulo, who, you know, we haven't seen. So yeah, this is going to be, it's going to be interesting. I mean, for sure. Like,
yeah. Is Neto red shirting? This is a red shirt.
He's already red shirted. So he can't redshirt again. You know, it's like my man, you know, Trey Owens. He's already redshirted. Like, they don't even include him on the 3 deep.
They do him wrong, man.
Trey Owens is like, and Trey Owens is still, you know, he's going to practice, giving it all he's got.
Yeah, he's posting pics on the gram and
yeah, I mean, you know,
stuff. Like,
he loves his teammates, loves being at Texas, just got recruited over, I guess. So
yeah, oh wow. Hey, maybe he's on scout team. Like, I'd ask Sark, hey, can I get a copy of this scout team film where I'm actually doing well? Because that's all he has, you know.
Right. Help me out.
Yeah. When Trey Owens could go to Idaho right now and light it up.
Oh yeah, he'd probably do better than that. But
you love some Trey Owens, man. Where do you think he could go? You said better. You love some Trey Owens. Where do you think he could better than that? So
he could probably land somewhere in the Sun Belt, you know, the American.
Okay.
Give him a little chance over there at Troy, or maybe he could have traded places with Matt Caldwell.
Matt Caldwell, yeah. I
mean,
mid-major to me at that point, but yeah, maybe Boston College, I'm sure they take him. They're horrible.
Yeah, Jeff Choate might, you know, Jeff Choate needs some help up there at Nevada.
Man, I'm so mad at Jeff Choate. I can't try. Ever since he said that about Leonga Lafau, I can't ride with him right now.
That he's an elite pass dropper?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that just
Leonga's doing great against the run, and he's a big part of that run defense that is killing it.
He is.
Like, you make him out to be like he's dropped off. He's still good against the run.
But I need guys to step up. Like, your sophomore year shouldn't be better than your junior year. You know what I mean? Like, that's just his sophomore year. He was good. He was reliable. Now, like, it's up and down. It's hit or miss. Like you said, run stopping, solid. But Jeff Choate had me thinking this guy was going to be just all world, like 4 interceptions a year type of dude. You know what I mean? And that hasn't been the case. And every time something happens where he misses an assignment because Pete Kwiatkowski has him doing who knows what in that zone. I think of Jeff Choate, and I'm like, you liar.
I'll tell you what, that play by Anthony Hill against Georgia last week, he got to the right depth. He looked behind him, saw the crosser, and then kind of just hesitated just slightly. And as soon as he saw Gunner starting to wind up, he jumped right into that passing lane. That was a work of art. And now Anthony Hill, you're just hoping you can get him back for A&M.
They said he's questionable. I saw the injury report.
He ain't questionable. This is the same thing they did with Taff. They're going to put the report out tonight that says doubtful. So, yeah, he ain't playing. But he might play next week. I mean, that's the hope.
I hope he plays next week.
Yeah.
Dealing with Marcel Reed. Like, Marcel Reed out here buying his team jewelry and stuff. Buying the offensive line. He bought them just crazy ice. Crazy ice. Arch Manning, you need to buy your offensive lineman vacuum.
Is that what they want?
It don't matter what they want. It's what they get.
Just give me the cash.
What? Just give me the cash?
Yeah, I'm not going to wear ice. Do I look like I wear ice?
That's you. You're not.
I know, but
is
that what all those offensive linemen want?
I mean, I'm sure they could pawn it off.
Okay, all right.
Rough, but
hey, how come you're not wearing my necklace? Oh, man, I pawned that shit yesterday.
And if I'm Marcel Reed, I'd be like, hey, it was yours. You do whatever you want with it. I'm glad you made the most of it, I'm sure. But yeah, Arch Manning needs to buy his offensive lineman vacuums for having to clean up their messes the whole year, because they don't deserve ice that Marcel Reed giving his offensive lineman. I don't know what this offensive line deserves.
Yeah. Lane says the offensive line needs to buy Arch ice because they've been letting him get pummeled all year. Hey, some teams quarterback needs to buy the ice. Some teams the offensive line needs to buy the ice.
Yeah, you can't buy this O-line nothing. They don't deserve nothing. Like, if you take them out for dinner, In-N-Out burger is cool. You know.
Yeah,
I'm not saying Mickey D's, but
and that's all on. I hate to say it. That's on Kyle Flood. Kyle Flood, you got to play the right guys. I don't think they knew what they were doing at left guard all year until they finally put Cole Hudson in there. And that happened in game 9. It cost you the Florida game, and the Florida game is what's costing you any chance at a playoff, because the committee looked at the fourth quarter of the Georgia game and said, yeah, that Florida game, that thing's coming into play now, because Texas looked good against Vanderbilt for 3 quarters. And now, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, this is, and I see my man Sed Golden wrote a good column saying, hey, A&M, don't let this window get away from you. Like, you're in the hunt. You need to double down, focus, do everything you need, because these windows don't come around very often. And he's right, because I think the best window for Texas was last year. That was a team that could have won the national championship. And if they get in from 1st and goal against Ohio State and don't give up that terrible 75-yard screen pass for a touchdown with 29 seconds left, they probably win that game and win the national championship. That team last year was good enough to win the national championship. So you don't want those kinds of haunting memories. Like, Texas fans still talk about 1983. Whoa. They're playing Georgia for a chance to win the national championship. And, you know, they muff a punt. And then that poor guy's got to hear about it for the rest of his life. Like, you know,
it's tough.
I mean, Blake Gideon. Blake Gideon's heard about 08 Texas Tech.
Oh, yeah. Blake Gideon, for him to coach at Texas,
that was
after all that,
hey,
he doesn't get enough credit for that. That mad props. I'd be strong.
Props. It's like Bill Buckner, ball goes through his legs, and all those guys that had those, tough moments when the whole world was watching. So, yeah, Blake Gideon, he's doing great at Georgia Tech. I mean, that's a one-loss team. They handle their business this week. Georgia Tech still got a chance to play for that ACC championship. They could be playing against the Mustangs.
Yeah, Blake Gideon, he's a coordinator there, right? Defensive coordinator.
Yeah, man.
Yo,
defensive coordinator.
He had Cade Klubnik and Dabo. Yeah, those dudes seeing ghosts, man. Blake Gideon, year one. Texas fans miss that guy.
Yeah. Let's see how old Georgia Tech. Let me see how their defense is doing. Because Haynes King, that dude, look at all these. He was at A&M. And he, man, he's as fun to watch as there is out there. That guy's a one-man wrecking crew. Okay, they're not Georgia Tech scoring defense. They're giving up 24.2 per game. That's 71st. So, they're doing all right.
All right. Timely.
Yeah.
Make them timely plays, man.
I mean, they're number one in the nation in total offense, Georgia Tech. They're averaging 36 points a game. Yeah. Let's go. Blake Gideon. Okay. I didn't remember that. Jeff Ward missed 3 field goals against Georgia in 83. That hurts. They lost the game 10-9, so that really hurts.
Dang, props to him too, because he stayed around. I'd be gone. I would not be in the ATX. Let alone talking sports. That's my guy, though.
Yeah, this is a good point from Rex. Haynes King was with Jimbo, and Jimbo is a pro-style guy, and he's also the quarterback's coach. And Jimbo, he is on you. Like, he's on you. And Rex said Haynes would have done really well with Colin Klein. That is absolutely. Because Colin Klein probably looks at Haynes King and says, hey, you're me. I was you. Very similar styles of play. And Haynes King probably a better passer than Colin Klein, but Colin Klein was a total dog. I mean, he was on my Heisman ballot. He was
voted him that year.
3rd on my ballot, not 1st.
Okay, I'm about to say,
but what he did that year.
What year was that? Who else was on the ballot?
I want to say it was like, what year was that? Like 12 or 14, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, I think Colin Klein, he could be up for a head coaching job.
I give him a call. If I'm Arkansas.
2012. So the same year as Johnny. I had Johnny 1 and Colin Klein 3.
Yo, Johnny's out of control. Johnny needs to relax. Johnny's going to bat for the freaking sheriff that shoulder bumped the South Carolina player after the touchdown this past Saturday. Johnny is sticking up for the sheriff. Johnny, come on, man. Come on, dog. Even you got to realize that.
Is he joking?
I don't know. I hope he's trolling. I hope, because the quote that's going around isn't good either. And who knows if it's a real quote or anything.
Well, I'm looking at
Yeah.
let's see. So Johnny, let's see here. Oh, he was on Nightcap with Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco. And he said, I think we were just a little frustrated in that first half. He breaks off that long touchdown. Around here in these parts, partner, we protect this house. We paid a lot of money for this house. Get out of my tunnel, boy. Get back on the field. So he gave him a little, let him know what's up. To be honest, it didn't give us much of a spark. Oh, Johnny.
He said boy to Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco?
Well, he's saying he's impersonating. Hold on. He's impersonating the trooper. He said he breaks off that long. This is the quote. He breaks off that long touchdown. Around here in these parts, partner, we protect this house. We paid a lot of money for this house. Get out of my tunnel, boy. Get back on the field.
Yeah, I know he's saying it as the sheriff. That's not any better. In fact, that's worse.
Yeah, none of it is good. Like,
get out of my tunnel, boy.
I mean, there were prominent A&M, I think there was a lawyer who did a big long rant saying that trooper should never be allowed at an A&M football game again. Anyway. Yeah, Johnny's all over the place. Like Johnny was on the sideline for the Texas A&M South Carolina game, and at halftime, I'm like, Johnny is bad mojo. Like, remember he was with Diego Pavia for the Alabama game, and they got beat up by Bama. I'm like, maybe Johnny's bad juju. But
I mean, it's Johnny football. Like, this is a guy that would turn in his iPad, and then the coaches from the Browns would see that he watched zero film over the weekend when he was given multiple tasks to watch film. We're like, Johnny, did you even doing this? Yeah, I was doing that. It says you haven't, Johnny. Like, come on, man.
Johnny. Yeah,
he's that Northgate. Like, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy stuff.
Was he arrested at Northgate?
Oh,
recently?
Yeah. Not recently.
Yeah, when he was a player.
Back in his college days, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He was. Remember when he showed up in that pool with the Swan in Austin after they beat Missouri in College Station? He's partying in Austin after the game. I mean,
yeah, he loves 6th Street.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean,
hey, who wouldn't?
Yeah, like you're Johnny Football in 6th Street. I know he was down to fight too. Johnny was always down for a squabble.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what? I mean, not one-on-one. He ain't gonna fight if he doesn't have the posse around, but yeah, he was sticking his chest out. Baker, those guys, Baker was doing the same thing.
Oh, yeah. Remember Baker? What was he, in Arkansas?
Arkansas, running from the Popo.
And
Baker's come a long way.
Yeah, Baker's come a long way.
Long way.
Baker's come a long way. No doubt about that.
I don't know about the Buccaneers anymore. They were looking good. They were looking like that surprise team that first month. Mecca and Buka, obviously Baker, and then the injury started to take a toll. When Mike Evans gets hurt, that's when you know things are going to go south, because this is a guy, 11 straight years, 1,000 yards. To do that, you got to be durable. So the miles, they catch up on you, man. And Mike Evans, he's been playing for a long time. That's one of them reliable dudes.
Naaman says, I'm taking my son to watch Willis and Bishop versus Tomball tonight, and I'm praying Sark doesn't waste Bishop. So Doesn't waste Bishop's career. He's talking about Jermaine Bishop, who's committed in Texas's 2026 class. Jermaine Bishop is lightning. Like, he's probably the closest thing to Worthy that Texas has had since Worthy. And, he's an athlete. People are saying he's 5'11", 155. He can fly. They're saying, he could be a DB, but he's got to be a receiver. I mean, after not having that elite speed guy this year, Sark's got to be like, yeah, we need that elite speed guy. And you know what's funny, Zay? I'm down there on the field at Georgia last Saturday night, and I'm watching these guys in warmups. They're all fast. But the separation that a guy like Worthy could get, that the burners, Devontae Smith, the separation, the route running at the top of the route is what separates them, because if they get any kind of separation with their speed, you can't catch up. And so that's where, I'm like, okay, because look, some of the routes, if you watch the film, are like, you could see they're really putting into it, and they're dropping their shoulders like they're going to turn, and then they, either, carry out the double move or whatever. And then some of the routes are just, they're not getting that separation. It's like they're just trying to hustle through it to get to where they're supposed to be. It's like, man, you got to sell the top of the route. And that's why I say Emmett Mosley right now is a better route runner than Ryan Wingo. And, DeAndre Moore is a better route runner than Ryan Wingo. And I would be on Ryan Wingo 24/7. Listen, here's how we're going to run this route and how you're going to sell it so that you get that separation. Because Ryan Wingo's fast. Chris Jackson says he's 4'3". 4'3". But if that DB doesn't buy what you're selling, he's going to close. And then the ball's got to be, if the ball's slightly behind, whatever, the DB's right there.
Yeah.
So,
SEC, that DB's 4.32.
Right. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking to see if these routes are getting any sharper.
Yeah. Speaking of Chris Jackson, he in that hat that we were talking about earlier this week, the names of the hat, and everybody that needs to have a talk once the season ends, he's in there. We just gotta, hey man, what are we doing here? What's going on? Like,
yeah.
Do you feel good about these guys right now? Because you're right, Chip. Ryan Wingo, he should be better. And I see he's questionable again. Is it the thumb? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, if he was catching the ball before that and he had that drop, you could make the thumb be an excuse in the Georgia game. Everybody be like, he has a thumb injury. It makes sense. He's tried so hard. At least he's out there giving it his all against Georgia. But the brothers had drops this year. A lot. So nobody feels any type of sympathy for you when you have one in a big game. And kudos to Sark for believing in him. Like, Ryan Wingo can't say that. He can't say, hey, they gave up on me.
Right. They've kept him as the number one guy. I mean, he's got like 20 something more targets than the next guy. So, he's gotten, and look.
Yeah, who that LASIK doctor? Who is that? We did find him. Just ask him what happened.
And Arch said it. Arch is like, man, I threw him some terrible balls. So, it cuts both ways, but Arch has been better. And look, when you're in a tight game or you're in a big game, everyone's going to remember the big plays you made and the bad plays you made. And man, when he dropped that 3rd and goal touchdown against Mississippi State, you're like, oh my God, they're not gonna come all the way back. That was a 4-point, and Ryan Niblett saved the day. I mean, Texas was they needed every point they could get. And Ryan Niblett, baby.
I'm still confused why he's not getting any touches on the offensive end. Like, I think he got 1 touch against Georgia. Just put the ball in his hands. Like, somehow.
Well, they need to put him in a bunch stack to where, if he's in the backfield, it's pretty obvious it's going to be a screen to him or whatever. But if they put him in a bunch stack and they, can have one of those, have the front receiver help clear a path, rub route, whatever, then it gets a little better for him, because it's kind of obvious when he's in the game that they're going to give him the ball. So, okay, I'm in the game. Now I'm in a bunch stack with 2 other receivers, and we're going to go every which way, kind of like what Oscar Delp and London Humphreys did.
Right.
That basically was a bunch stack, and both DBs for Texas went with Delp, and Humphreys went running wide open down the middle of the field. So,
and I would say to that, like, if you play him more and give him more snaps, then it's not as easy for the defense to read when he's in the game. Oh, he's getting the ball. If I have him in more plays where he could be a decoy sometimes and give other people love, then I'm going to do that. Like, they should be that desperate right now. You said it yourself. We going back to the 30s. We going back to the 50s on how bad this run game has been, on just how up and down this offensive line has been. Arch at times, this wide receiver group, everybody, every position group on the offensive side at different points of the season has had serious issues. So if you're Sark and the rest of these offensive coaches, you're in desperation mode where whoever can make a play, get on the field. Ryan Niblett has proven that. I get it. It's from a special team standpoint, but the ball's in his hands. Again, desperation mode. Figure it out. Figure out how to give him the ball. If it's just a couple of handoffs just to get him in the flow of the game, so be it. If it's to put him in some of the action they had Jaden Blue in last year, where they had him running those wheel routes out of the backfield, throw him in that too. Like, it's that bad. You're that down bad.
Right. Give him a fly sweep and commit all the receivers on that side to get the seal block so that he can get around the edge.
Like, I would like Ryan Niblett to get at least 13 snaps. That doesn't mean 13 touches, just snaps where he's involved. Have him block like he blocks on special teams. He did last year when Silas Bolden was returning punts. Like, just something, like the lack of creativity this year has been very disappointing on Steve Sarkisian's end, especially knowing that you have so many flaws on your offensive line. You got to get more creative. And there have just been times where I don't think they have been.
Yeah. Yeah. And now you've got better blockers. I mean, with Mosley and MORE, and that's the killer. On that first drive where Ryan Wingo slipped and fell, he had a tunnel to the end zone. I mean, they got their blocks. It was there.
He slipped on the Delta. It was the Delta logo.
Like, really?
Delta logo. That's what he slipped on.
The freshly painted Delta logo. What'd they do? I mean,
yeah. Of course, his cleats.
His cleats
slip.
His cleats slip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, like I said, I like Ryan Wingo's everyone loves Ryan Wingo. I'm just saying, if you're the number one receiver in a Steve Sarkisian offense, you need to be elite.
Yeah.
You need to be elite. I mean, we've seen what elite receivers look like. Yeah. Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, Jordan Whittington. If you're that guy, you need to be so obviously special that, and I'm sure it's frustrating for the guys who are not the number one receiver. I'm sure DeAndre Moore is like, I'd have caught that. I mean, D Moore, I mean, he had
a big drop too. He can't talk too much.
Yep. He got 2 drops and a huge one in the Georgia game.
Yeah, he had a
Jordan
big drop
Washington
too.
Drops, plural. You know who doesn't have any drops? Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
Damn, no drops.
0.
Now he doesn't have the reps like the rest of the guys because he's missing.
No, he doesn't.
Still.
Yeah.
All
right, let's bring in the man, the general. It's Friday. It's time to talk a little. Well, you never know what we're going to talk about with John McClain, the ultimate NFL insider. His reporting on the NFL has him in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, also a Hall of Fame voter. John, how you doing?
Guys, I'm doing great. How are you? I was distressed to learn today that Baylor is bringing back Dave Aranda after the stench of Mac Rhodes' exit, and I guess they just didn't want to hire a new AD and a coach with so many openings, and it looks like so few candidates. Maybe next year there'll be rumors that Sarkisian is going to leave Texas to go to Baylor. And you to me, you got a dead man walking. They could lose their last 2 at Arizona and here against Houston in the season on a 3-game losing streak, because against Utah, their defense was utterly pathetic. And Aranda's supposed to be a defensive specialist, and I think Aranda's taken Baylor as far as he can take them. And my coach, I would have wanted is Eric Morris at North Texas, who's here to play Rice, and there's a big story on Morris and ESPN and about what he did at Tech when he played for Leach, wide receiver, and then he worked for Kingsbury and recruited and Leach, and he talks about his recruitment of Baker Mayfield, Patrick Mahomes, then talks about him going and getting Cam Ward, and he finds and develops quarterbacks, and maybe Arkansas, there's a lot of noise about Arkansas getting him, but it's a bad time for Mac Rhodes shenanigans. He's out. I thought he did a great job since he got there. And the good thing about Baylor, you don't need to raise any money for facilities. They're all built. They got stadium, basketball arena, everything. They've got new coaches' offices, practice facilities. So your main job is to raise money for NIL in the portal. But next year, Aranda's attendance is terrible right now. You can have your own section. If you get those Baylor season tickets right now, just tell them what section you want.
Well, I know we've got a huge win by the Texans to talk about, but I thought Mac Rhodes was doing a good job, John.
Did a great job.
Yeah. I mean, this is tough. And you're right. The timing is tough because this is when you need to make a big decision on football, because football drives the money.
Now they're not going to make that decision. Well, they've already made it. And Linda Livingstone, the president, said he will be back. I can't find anybody, and I've been on text threads with Baylor alums and texting other Baylor alums that nobody cannot go. I think this is a good decision. You kind of understand it, even though they've not said that's what it is. Some people are, well, she didn't want to lose the good recruiting class. I said every team, every school that changed coaches is going to lose some recruits. If you get a good coach who can talk them into coming, and if your portal guys, if you pay your good players, they'll stay. It's not like there's an evacuation just because you change coaches. A lot of coaches change and they win because they get the right decision and they know what they're doing. But anyway, I'll be pulling for my Baylor Bears, but I'm very disillusioned. Want to wish Mac Rhodes the best. He came in there. He got a stadium built. He came in there at the end of the scandal involving Art Briles. He got the stadium, the arena, all the facilities redone, brand new. The campus is beautiful. Everything was great. Now he's gone.
Well, on a much lighter note, the Houston Texans 23, the Buffalo Bills 19. John, what do you think about this one?
Well, first of all, I picked the Bills to win 24-16. Josh Allen's 0-4 at NRG Stadium. Last year, Texans beat him 23-20. Now it's 23-19. Davis Mills 3-0 as a starter. He'll go to the bench the next game they play at Indy. And C.J. Stroud will come back. And the Texans, everybody in Houston's got to pull for the Chiefs Sunday because they need the Chiefs to be.
Oh. The freeze.
The freeze.
Freeze got him. Man, I want to hear all about this this Texans win from John's perspective. And, of course, the Chiefs are not even – there he is. All right.
They play Indy next week, and then they play them in the last game of the season here. I feel bad for Stroud. He's coming back, and he's got to go on the road against the Colts and a desperate Chiefs team the next week. And if he could split those two games, that would be great because then they get the Raiders and the Cardinals. And it could be at the end of the year that game against the Colts won't mean anything, and they rest their starters. But I was still blown away that they won. I've never seen a defense here dominate a great quarterback like the Texans did with Josh Allen. Last year he was 9 of 30, and his rating was terrible, but they didn't sack him. Not only did they sack him 8 times, I was looking at all these stats that come from like next gen stats and stuff like that. They had 28 pressures, 2 interceptions, 1 forced fumble. That was by safety Kalen Bullock. They knocked him down 12 times, had 11 tackles for loss. And the Texans defense gave up that touchdown on the first series on the 45-yard run. They didn't give up a touchdown after that, gave up 245 yards and 2 field goals. But the Texans defense now has given up 10 touchdowns in 11 games, and they have 11 interceptions. And the Texans' opposing quarterback rating is the best in the league at 72.2. And so I'll tell you a stat. You didn't hear Derek Stingley Jr.'s name much last night, and there's a reason for that. He was targeted only 2 times, gave up 0 catches, and it's the 4th game this season that he has allowed fewer than 10 yards. Last year, Patrick Surtain Jr., who was the defensive MVP in the NFL, he had 5 of those games all year. So Stingley, people are staying away from him. And I got to say something about the offensive line. The offensive line didn't give up a sack. They played their best game of the season. Run blocking was okay. Woody Marks had some good runs up the middle. And so the offensive line deserves some credit. And, Buffalo's offensive line was healthy. They're not now. And that right tackle, Spencer Brown, is supposed to be one of the best in the NFL, and he is. Boy, he just got pulverized by Will Anderson Jr. and sometimes Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, 2.5 sacks for Will Anderson Jr., 2 sacks for Danielle Hunter. I mean, yeah, that was impressive. Go ahead, Zay.
Yeah, John, the secondary was just incredible. I mean, Bullock, he had a pick 6, got called back, but, 2 interceptions, Lassiter, Georgia kid, like typical Kirby Smart guy. And then you talk about, Anderson and Hunter. And one of my favorite things is seeing D'Amico Ryans get excited when his defense makes big-time plays. This might be the best defense in all of football. Would you say they're at least close or top 5?
Top 5, Zay. My God, they're number 1 in fewest points, number 1 in fewest touchdowns, number 1 in fewest yards. It is the best defense in football. The only one that's close is Denver. And D'Amico gets all the credit. Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, he's in his 3rd year. Matt is calling the defense this year. And I'm guessing D'Amico could do just as well with his calls. But man, oh man, he's kind of the unsung hero. And their hallmarks, they're fast, they play downhill, they're aggressive, they never let up, and the mentality is to swarm, like bees to honey. And they've got a lot of athletes. Secondary is really good. When they come back at Indy, Jalen Petrie, who's their nickel corner, even though he's a safety, he's missed 3 games with a concussion, just like Stroud. They are in relatively good shape physically compared to a lot of teams. And really, guys know this, that teams that do well usually keep the quarterback healthy and a lot of their best players healthy. And the Texans have been able to do that. Let me knock on wood here, because they've been very fortunate physically.
Yeah, I mean, Bullock, talk about him and just what he means to this defense, because he just dominated.
Kalen Bullock was a 3rd-round pick from USC. And I remember when they drafted him, I read the scouting report, said he doesn't like to hit. He's 6'3", ran a low 4.4s at the combine, covers a lot of ground. And last year, he didn't start right away, but it didn't take long to start him. He had 5 interceptions, the most by any rookie. He made the all-rookie team. And he and Kamari Lassiter are best friends. His nickname is Ball Hawk, so they call him Hawk. And Lassiter has been locked down since he was at Georgia, so they call him Lock. So Hawk and Lock, they go together like bacon and eggs. And both of them are really good players, and they just keep getting better and better. They're both young. Nick Caserio has done a great job drafting defense, and people feel a little better about Jaden Higgins, who scored 4 or 5 touchdowns now, the rookie receiver from the 2nd round. And I guess they feel a little better about the offensive line, considering how well they played last night. But the defense is good. It's elite. 2 weeks ago they played the Broncos here. Broncos won a field goal with no time left. I blame that on the offense because of their last series. But defense, it says defense wins championships. Well, you got to get to the championship. And I certainly don't think they're capable with this offense of doing that. But it was sure fun. Stadium was packed. And I stayed about an hour and a half afterward. I left, and when I went outside, people were celebrating like last year when they beat the Chargers in the playoffs, the year before when they beat the Browns in the playoffs. It was almost like a playoff atmosphere. And as you can imagine, people were very excited. And D'Amico Ryans gave game balls to Kalen Bullock, and they gave a game ball to Will Anderson Jr., and I think Danielle Hunter, and of course Davis Mills, who they're calling Money Mills, because in his 3 starts, they've all gone right down to the wire and they've won them all.
Well, the AFC, they don't have, the Texans are still squarely in the playoff picture. What do you make of their playoff?
Well, they are now, and Indianapolis, which has a comfortable lead in the AFC South over Jacksonville. Texans are 3rd. The Colts still have to play the Jaguars twice and the Texans twice. And I think their other games are tough, much tougher than they were early in the season. And the formula for beating the Colts is to do what the Steelers did. They limited Jonathan Taylor to 45 yards and told Daniel Jones, you're going to beat us. Well, he couldn't. So that's what the Texans will have to do in their next game. And Jonathan Taylor's had some great games against them, long touchdown runs. But they have a lot of experience with him. They know what kind of back he is. If they could limit Jonathan Taylor to, say, 60 or 70 yards and force Daniel Jones to beat them with his arm and his legs, I think they would have a good chance to go to Indianapolis and leave with an upset that might, if they lose to Kansas City, leave the Colts with a 1-game lead. And then after that, they got to go to the Chiefs. The last time they beat Kansas City in Kansas City was 2019 when Bill O'Brien was here. That was the one they won in the regular season and choked the 24-0 lead in the playoffs. And if I guess you're ever going to play the Chiefs up there with a chance to beat them, this would be the season. But I just don't have enough confidence still in the offense.
Yeah, speaking of that, John, I mean, CJ Stroud, with him coming back, you just said yourself, they're calling Davis Mills Money Mills. You just win 3 straight. And I'm sure you saw that video that's circulating around social media where folks got a shot of CJ Stroud not looking the most happy when Davis Mills is getting this praise from D'Amico Ryans. But again, you know how people take things out of context.
Well, that's terrible, Zay, because earlier they showed him on TV going up and down the line, high-fiving all the players, offensive line, defensive line. He was like an expensive cheerleader. And they showed him earlier in the video from the Texans put out in the locker room. He was over there smiling from ear to ear, but that one just happened to capture him when he was frowning or something. And of course, that's the one that went out everywhere. Davis Mills said, I'm the backup. CJ's the starter. I understand the role. There's no competition. And so Stroud needs to come back and play well. Truth of the matter is, anything that Mills did, Stroud can do better. Mills is really smart and makes good decisions. He doesn't take 12-yard sacks like Stroud does. Sometimes I think Stroud tries to play hero ball too much, and you want to go throw the ball away. Don't take that kind of sack. And Mills knows how to do that, throw it away, live for another play. But Stroud has a chance to be extraordinary, and Mills, I don't think is going to get better than he's been. And where he was best was in the clutch. If Mills could ever play a full game like he plays in the first one, in the end of the first half when they went straight down for a touchdown to take the lead, and then the way he pulled out the Titans game, the way he pulled out the Jaguars game, he's clutch. And now you'd like for Stroud not to be in a situation where he had to be clutch. You'd like for him to win like they did at Baltimore when it was a laugher in favor of the Texans.
John, what do you make of Woody Marks, the running back who's getting the most carries right now for the Texans?
Fans love him. You know, fans love guys who are short. He's stocky. And it's like they love Cam Scatterbo. I think a lot about that's his name. And I saw a story today. Cam Scatterbo predicts Giants will be great next year. And I'm like, well, what do you expect him to say? And, you know, really, so what? Guy's on IR, but anything he says is going to make news. And Woody Marks is a quiet guy, a really good receiver. They don't use him much as a receiver because they've been giving him the ball more the last 2 games, and they don't want him to get worn down. They cut Dameon Pierce, who was so promising as a rookie and had been relegated to special teams. Now their third-team running back is Dari Gumbawale. Nick Chubb, the backup's on a 1-year deal. Joe Mixon, who is not going to play and won't be back. He's in a Twitter war with Ian Rappaport. And so that's a position that's going to need some attention in the offseason because it will be Marks and somebody else. But the guy, he made a mistake last night, went the wrong way. And Mills quickly turned it into a 5-yard gain. He knew immediately he was not where he's supposed to be, and he turned, found the hole, and made it a positive play. But everybody here just loves Woody Marks.
All right, John, games this week. The Kansas City Chiefs, you know, they got the Colts at Arrowhead on Sunday. And the Chiefs, they can't run the football right now. First time they've been out of the playoff picture at this point of the season. And Patrick Mahomes' tenure. Your thoughts on the Chiefs right now and your thoughts on this game?
Well, we've talked about this before, Zay, how Super Bowl losers, for whatever reason, they struggle the next season. The last loser to come back and win a Super Bowl were the Patriots. Before that, I think it went back to the Steelers. And you don't even see them go back much when they lose. And I think that was the Bills. But, you know, with Andy Reid and Jim Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, and, of course, Patrick Mahomes, Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, those guys have so much experience in pressure situations, especially when they're home. Now, if Indy leaves there with a victory, I'm going to say Indy is a Super Bowl contender. But right now, I could see them getting after Jonathan Taylor and getting after Daniel Jones and beating the Colts, and the cheers would be heard all the way from Houston.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating because the Chiefs get the Colts and then the Texans. So if these, if they struggle in these two games, it's going to be tough for the Chiefs to climb up off the deck at 5-5-1 or whatever they are. But
yeah, I don't think if they lose this game, I don't care what they could beat the Texans about 50. I wouldn't think if you lose this game, they're going to win out and go to the playoffs. I think we can stick a fork in the Chiefs and they can watch the playoffs on big flat screen TVs.
All right, so the Ravens look like they're starting to pick it up a little bit. John, I mean, they get the Jets, and they're playing in Baltimore. What do you think of the Ravens?
I think they're going to win that division. I thought that all along because their problems were created when Lamar Jackson got hurt. And then when their defense lost at least 3 of their best players when the Texans played them, they had 4 who were out. And now 3 of them are back. And they're good. And the Steelers, I don't – Aaron Rodgers, when you got a broken bone in your hand or your wrist, I can't remember which it was, it has to affect you. It's not like he was great anyway. So I expect the Ravens to win that division handily. I don't know what their schedule is. They may not lose another game. And Lamar Jackson seems to have one injury or another every week, but it doesn't keep him off the field unless it's serious. And so I think they're going to win that division. Looks like New England's going to win the AFC East. As far as AFC West, going to be Denver, and AFC South will be Indianapolis. So we would have 3 new division champions in the AFC and Baltimore.
John, the Eagles go down to Dallas on Sunday. I've never seen a former Super Bowl team that's 8-2 during the season have more drama going on in the locker room with the A.J. Brown situation. He's talking about Ask Saquon to the media this week. And I don't know, it's just very odd to see all of this messiness going on for a team that seemed pretty buttoned up last year. And again, they're 8-2. It'd be different if they're 5-5, but they're still winning games.
I know times have changed, but there was a time in the NFL, if a player was causing problems like that, the veteran leadership would go to him and they say, dude, enough of this. If you keep this up, we're going to kick your butt. And in this case, he had to meet with the owner, Jeffrey Lurie, ask him to stay off social media, complaining about the team and the offense on social media. What does that say about Brown that the owner's got to do that and the coach can't get it done? And then there's talk, this was by, I can't remember, a broadcast media person who covers the team said that the problem between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts extends beyond football. So who knows what that could be, and I don't even know if it's true. But it doesn't affect them. Their offense has been terrible. Their defense is great. Dak Prescott's going to have his hands full. They need to have CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens go out and party and get drunk, show up hungover, because those guys were great. And Jerry Jones said he didn't like that. And I'm thinking, it's not – Jerry's never done that, of course. And he was very sympathetic, and it would not surprise me if the Cowboys do not upset the Eagles. They're going to lose at some point. They're not going 15-2 with the offensive issues they have. Cowboys are really fired up right now. They're getting some guys back. So, in fact, I'll predict the Cowboys are going to upset the Eagles.
Woo!
I like that.
That's a hot take right there. Cowboys over the Eagles. Anything you like in particular about the Cowboys right now? I mean, obviously Dak's he's been good. Dak
and the receivers, they got it going on. The offensive line's been better. The defense played better. And
Quinn Williams now.
And of course they got great kicking game. Their interior defensive line is really good, and that can't do anything but help the edge rushers. I can't wait to the draft to see which edge rusher the Cowboys get and what is a deep, deep draft for edge rushers. I was looking at a mock draft by Matt Miller on ESPN, whom I really respect. It's amazing how many edge rushers he has going in the first round. And Cowboys running game is good enough, but truth is, it's all up to Dak. If Dak plays well, they got a chance. If he doesn't, they don't have a chance. They can't afford many more losses because they're competing for a wild card berth.
All right, so the Chicago Bears, they get the Pittsburgh Steelers in Chicago, but this is the beginning of that tough stretch for the Bears. They get the Steelers, then they're at the Eagles, at the Packers. How do you see this Pittsburgh-Chicago game going?
I think the Bears are going to win the game. They've been winning late. Caleb Williams making a lot of good plays. He's not tearing it up stat-wise, but he's making clutch plays. Ben Johnson loves it, what they're able to do when they're behind and they have to score. The job Ryan Poles has done as general manager, he was getting blasted like crazy after last season, blasted through the offseason, blasted early in the season. Well, you know what? His blueprint to help his quarterback, in which he got linemen, he got skill position players. He made sure that Caleb Williams would have weapons around him. Defense was already pretty good, and then he worked on the defense. That's what Tennessee Titans have to do with Cam Ward. That's what any team should do when it has what they believe is a franchise quarterback. Don't shortchange him and put a mediocre to bad offensive line out there and risk him getting hurt or losing his confidence, not having the same swagger he used to have when he could make any throw. And I'm talking about C.J. Stroud, of course. And so I think the Bears are going to win this game. I think Caleb Williams, if he stays healthy, will give them their first 4,000-yard passer in franchise history.
The Patriots on, still rolling. They got the Bengals this weekend. Drake May's looking good. Vrabel's looking good. 9-2 on top of the AFC East. Do you think that this is going to end anytime soon, or is it just one of those things where, hey, Patriots might be back? It's just Drake May's running the show nowadays.
Is Joe Burrow playing for sure? Have we heard? Because if Burrow is back and they say he's a full participant in practice and the players are talking about how good he looks, and if Joe Burrow's back, that's going to be a natural motivational tool for them. And also be a motivational tool for the Patriots as well. But if Joe Burrow is back, you guys know the Bengals are capable of beating anybody. And the game that 2 weeks ago looked like it would be not a breather. Not a lot of Patriot games are breather, but the Patriots certainly capable of beating the Bengals, has a different tone right now. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Bengals, if Burrow plays, win that game.
Yeah, it looks like it's not yet confirmed if Burrow is going to play.
What do y'all think about that? Do you think they should bring Burrow back considering they're not going anywhere?
Nope.
I don't either.
With his background and his history, nah, that ain't worth
Chip,
it.
what do you think?
I mean, Burrow, the competitor, he probably wants to get out there, but you know, I'd be hesitant.
I'd let him be like an extra coach, be there all the time, help everybody, do anything he could, and just get well for next season.
And Jamar Chase isn't playing for hawking the loogie on Jalen Ramsey. Nah.
What is it about guys today? And there's only two of them, Jalen Carter in the first game spitting on Dak Prescott. And I never realized Chase was a moron. And to lie about something that's on tape and then try to base your appeal on the fact, well, if I'd wanted to spit on him, I'd have spat in his face. And I'm thinking, man, don't you have an attorney or an agent would say you might want to rethink that? And so losing the money, even though it's $500,000, not going to hurt him. He makes so many millions as it is. But, man, it's an embarrassment to him because you never saw any indication of him that was like that. And I'm like, whatever happened to the good old punch? You know, whatever happened to the good old kick in the groin? Why do you have to sting somebody?
I love it. John, the Carolina Panthers, we're seeing this little surge, and now they're going to play on Monday night at San Francisco. What do you make of this game?
I'll guarantee you 3 or 4 weeks ago, the ESPN people, is Sunday or Monday night? Which night is it?
Monday.
The ESPN people are going, oh, my God, we got Carolina, and we got the 49ers, but now you got Brock Purdy back. You have Bryce Young coming off the best game of his career. They played better. They have a winning record. That's going to be interesting. If the game was in Charlotte, I would pick the Panthers, but I'm not going to pick the Panthers to go across country to Santa Clara and beat Brock Purdy and the 49ers. I just don't see it. But that gives the fans and the media over there a lot to look forward to because they're very competitive. And Bryce Young, the game that he played Sunday, he looked like the quarterback they wanted him to be, and a lot of the slow development had more to do with them than him.
John, does Chip have anything to be worried about with his Lions? Dan Campbell took over play calling, played against one of the best defenses in the league, got basically skunked. Tight end out for the year, possibly back surgery, Sam Laporta. Lions, how you feel about them? They got the Giants this weekend.
I think they can beat the Giants. They're going to play Jameis Winston. But I don't feel about them or the Bills, my Super Bowl teams before the season, that they're going. Now, they're capable of putting it all together because their quarterbacks are healthy. But right now, the Lions are like a roller coaster. Up and down, scares the hell out of their fans when they're up or down. And Dan Campbell's a good coach. What was the game 2 weeks ago? He went for like 4th down 5 times, didn't make one of them. I know he's an Aggie, but sometimes he needs to use some common sense. People need to go up and hit him in the side of the head and say, Coach, you got to stop that. And I think they will win this game, and hopefully they'll keep winning. But right now, the Lions don't strike fear into anybody.
Damn.
Not like last year.
No. John, what we got a question here from Jose. What do you make of the Sark NFL rumors? Is it just smoke from his agent? What do you think?
No, I don't think his agent's going to be putting that out there. He's not going to get more money. He's not going to get fired. He's going to be back. It's probably people leaking it because if I'm an SEC school and I see what's happened to the Longhorns this year when they've been a big disappointment, and the buildup was not their fault, it was the fault of the media. You know how preposterous it was to make them number 1 team in the country with Arch Manning as the favorite for the Heisman, Arch Manning the favorite to be the first overall pick in the draft. And so they've been a disappointment. You guys know Longhorns don't tolerate disappointments for very long, but I think that's on us. That's not on them. And if they win these last 2 games, especially the last one, then all is going to be forgiven. And I think next year, Arch Manning's going to be so much better. You know Sarkisian's going to spend a lot of money on the portal to get some offensive linemen in there, which they did this year, and they'll make sure they have a running game. It's so unlike the Longhorns to not have a formidable running game, and they haven't. I guess it's because of injuries. Seems like they lose 2 backs every year, but Bijan Robinson was they need a guy. I'm not going to say another Bijan, but they need somebody they can count on to be a home run hitter. And it's ridiculous that Texas doesn't have one because they recruit the country, and there's so many players, if they're paid, why wouldn't they want to go to Austin, one of the best cities in the country, to play for one of the best universities in the country in an incredible stadium that's one of the best in the country? But unfortunately today, if bum, you know what, Jesus gives them the most money, they're going there over the Longhorns.
Yeah. John, great stuff as always. Appreciate it so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. I appreciate it very much, and I'd like to go see, but no.
Hang in there.
I'll see you next weekend.
All right. Appreciate it. John
care.
McClain, the general. He's breaking it down for us. The NFL, it's great stuff. Always great opinions from John McClain. All right. Let's get a couple of mentions, and then let's get into the commentary. We got picks to make. We got all kinds of stuff going on. And guys, you know that well, if you're new to the show, welcome. But I've tried supplement after supplement in my effort to feel my best. You know, I'm trying to stay competitive in tennis. My wife jokes that I'm a collector of supplements, but not anymore. Now I'm getting everything I need thanks to Humann with 2 N's, whose unique scientific-based formulas were born from research at the University of Texas Health Science Center. You know, you see the Humann logo, Humann with 2 N's, on the football field at DKR. You'll see it tomorrow, 2:30, when they kick off against Arkansas. And Humann is making it easier for all of us to support our heart health, our cardiovascular health, healthy blood sugar levels, and supporting cholesterol health. And it's so super simple. When you go to Humann with 2 N's.com, look for the Humann Cardiovascular Health Daily. Look for the Humann Cholesterol Health Daily. And look for the Metabolic Health Daily. Each one features Humann's science-backed formulas, and it's that simple. I mean, the name is right on the containers, and you take these 3 products together, like I am, and you're going to get a healthy vascular function. You know, you're promoting healthy circulation, supporting healthy cholesterol levels, and you're helping to maintain healthy blood sugar levels, and healthy weight management. Like, for instance, you take the Metabolic Health Daily with your biggest meal of the day, and because it contains, you know, a clinically studied, patented ingredient shown to improve blood sugar response by up to 40%, it helps make you feel full longer, so you're not getting constant food cravings. You know, I used to take one supplement after another, but now with Humann's cholesterol, cardiovascular, and metabolic health daily, plus my Super Beats heart chews and the turmeric chews, you know, the Super Beats heart chews, which help with healthy blood pressure. The turmeric chews help with anti-inflammation. I just feel better. So what I'm talking about, see what I'm talking about by going to humann.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU, get an additional 20% off your first order, and load up so that you get the most bang for your buck. You have absolutely nothing to lose because Humann has a 90-day money-back guarantee. So whether you're in your 30s, your 40s, or older, take care of your body, start feeling better, feel the difference I'm feeling by just going to Humann with 2 N's.com and, you know, use the promo code TSU, load up. You have nothing to lose and a healthier future to gain. And for my guys who are snoring, listen, take advantage of this great partnership we have with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center. Our man, Dr. Chad Denman, who's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea. Because, yeah, if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. So you know who you are. It's time to get it checked out. And it's so easy right now. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And that's That's how you find out what level of sleep apnea you have, if you have it. And Dr. Chad has the best treatment options, from oral appliance like I have, mouth guard, holds my lower jaw open so I get that oxygen while I'm sleeping, to surgery. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And hey, it's the weekend. You know, if you're looking for a place to watch the game, Texas against Arkansas, or any game, get over to Cover 3. I mean, great food, high-end food without the high-end prices. You got happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays. You got the brunch on the weekends, the breakfast quesadilla, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. You like shrimp and bacon in your Bloody Mary, you got it. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, dining, spirits, and sports. What a combination. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, holiday season's coming up. Maybe you need some surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. Our man Tom McKay, great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered, has got you covered on every front. All you got to do is call 255-8678. Tom's going to bring you the best price on big screens. He's got all the best brands. He's got the best surround sound, you name it. He has probably put the big screens and surround sound in all your favorite restaurants. He's certainly put them in my house 3 different times here in Austin over the last 30 years. So just call 255-8678. You're busy. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You'll be glad you did. You can also go to avconsultations.com. All right. Zay, for the chip shot today, I think this is pretty cool. Texas women's basketball is going to play UCLA in the Players Fest next week. And they're getting a guaranteed $1 million in NIL money for their players for playing in this event. And it's pretty cool. You talk about, you know, they call those basketball tournaments Feast Week. The tournament in Maui that Texas men are going to, but they ain't getting no $1 million. But the Texas women are. Only 4 teams are in the event. And it's Texas, UCLA, South Carolina, and Duke. And each team is guaranteed $1 million in NIL money for their players. Vic Schaefer told me today, I asked him, I said, do the current players get all that money, or do you use some of it for recruiting? And he said, nope, the players get all of it. Now they're going to go out there. They're going to do a little promo, some stuff on Monday. So they'll go out to Vegas on Monday and do, you know, some promo stuff, all the teams. And then on Wednesday, it'll be Texas and UCLA. Number 3 UCLA against number 4 Texas. Texas is going to be without Brianna Preston, who's got a sprained ankle. Vic Schaefer said today she's day to day, week to week, depending on, you know, he said players heal differently from ankle sprains. Happened in practice. So that's disappointing because we know Brianna Preston, I call her the TJ Ford of Texas women's basketball. She's so fast. She's a one woman, so fast with the ball in her hands. It's one thing to be fast. It's another to be fast with the ball in your hands, getting down the floor, out racing everybody. So, but pretty cool. That's a big, for all the Texas women's basketball fans out there, and just, you know, good for the student athletes. Vic is like, you know, 5 years ago, you could never talk about money and student athletes. Now, he said, I'd play the Celtics best of 7 if it meant my players getting $1 million.
That's a good one. I like that. What about Kyla Oldegger? What about her status?
She's okay. She's good. Okay. She good. All right. Let's get to the right call because we got our picks.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Before that, though, got to give a shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. They're just the best, man. When it comes to this car game, it comes to just treating people with respect, because a lot of folks, it's not like that. It's about meeting that quota. It's about getting that sale. And you want to work with somebody that is at your pace, that understands your budget and the car that fits perfect for your family. And that's Covert BK. So check them out. Go to covertbk.com. See all the latest specials and inventory. Got so many different brands, from Jeep to GMC to Buick to Chrysler, Ram. It's just, you're going to find something that you want. You need a crossover, they got that. You need a two-door, they have that. You want a truck, they have that also. Again, new, pre-owned. You're going to find exactly what you want at Covert BK. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep, got to get out the ignorance before we get to our picks of the day. Couple of things. So the Oklahoma drill, legendary drill. If you don't know it, you should. It's one of those drills that you learn early in Pop Warner, and it'll separate the football players from the basketball players. You know what I'm saying? That was one of those drills.
One-on-one, baby.
One-on-one. You know what I'm saying? I got the ball. I'm running at you. You got to stop me. You got to get me down. And it's such a good drill that somewhere, of course, they've made it into an actual game. It's a new Australian sport. It has one rule: run straight into another human at max velocity. That's what the caption says. And it's basically just the Oklahoma drill. Check it out. Yeah, I guess I should make it more clear. No pads.
Where's this happening?
Australia.
Yeah, that's where those rugby dudes are.
Yeah. There's a lot of, I saw a lot of Samoan brothers in that video. You know what I'm saying? It's their type of sport, but no pads, no nothing. Like, come on, man. Really?
Come on.
I get, boxing's a thing, MMA, UFC. I get it, but there should be limits, right? Like, there should be. And I'm sure Cam Scatterboo, when it's all said and done, he'll probably take a look at this and he'll probably start his own league. But yeah, that's absolutely crazy. All right, last thing I got to show you. So Philly, they'll be in Dallas this weekend, the Eagles. We know Philadelphia, if you're an Eagles fan, you hate the Cowboys and vice versa. But in Philly, they take it to a whole nother level. So much so, they start young at the schools, grade schools, nonetheless. And this video, as bogus as it is, I get it, because sports will be sports. Check it out.
Oh, they're being cute about it. Oh, there we go. Oh, gosh. Oh, that guy's going after Dak. Oh, my God.
So they got freaking punching bags
In the
for the
school.
kids with the faces of Cowboys players on the punching bags. These kids, they got to be 10, 11 years old. They got on gloves They just put the punching bags in the hallway of the schools. We can't even go outside. I don't know how cold it is right now in Philly, but we can't even do it outside. And these kids are just wailing on these punching bags with the faces of CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and Dak Prescott, because we live in Philly and we hate the Cowboys that much. The extracurricular activities involve, which I don't know, is that PE? Like, they had it on the news. That's what that video came from. Like, the news got out there because they got a hold of whatever school that is. I don't know if it's PE or what, but clearly that principal is a diehard Eagles fan, and that's allowed. So that's awesome. Like, if I had that, if my school back at Kassurk Elementary back in the 90s had like punching bags of faces of like Dat Win or somebody on it, where I could just wail off on that, that'd be dope. I would have loved school a lot more back then, but clearly my principal wasn't thinking like that.
Oh, man. That's funny.
All right, let's get to these picks, man. I'm rolling.
Right. Yeah, you're rolling. You're rolling. You were on fire last week. You were 5-1. I called for upset Saturday. I got crushed.
It was tough.
But let's get to the college picks. I'll start us off. I'm going with your Cincinnati Bearcats, man. Home dog.
Let's go.
Home dog against BYU. Let's go, Bearcats.
Let's go.
Let's go. Come on. My man Corleone. Give me the Cincinnati Bearcats plus 2.5 at home.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, Cats. All right. We were talking about Haynes King earlier. I think they're going to keep rolling. Them Yellow Jackets, I got them minus 2.5 against Pittsburgh. That coach, he don't care about football anyway. He made that known last week with the Notre Dame game. Give me the Yellow Jackets, Georgia Tech.
Okay. You know, Mark Stoops, his team's playing a little better. They're at Vanderbilt. They play that good defense. They're plus 9.5. Come on. Give me the Kentucky Wildcats to cover and make life difficult for Diego. Diego, come on.
It's such a bad week of college football.
It is bad.
Good.
Bad.
Is Bo playing? Pabula? Still up in the air.
Let me see.
Because right now that line is at minus 6.5. I want to say it was at 8.5 earlier this week. I may be mistaken, but either way, I don't care. I'm gonna go OU covers minus 6.5. Damn it.
Yeah, that's not confirmed either. He was questionable on the Missouri injury report. You're going OU?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that line now?
6.5.
Okay. All right. For my final pick, come on, give me SMU. SMU minus 2.5 at home. Let's go. I need them. I need them to stay in the ACC mix. I want it to be chaos in the ACC.
Yeah, it's chaos, all right. That weak-ass conference. I'm going to go USC. That's high. I know it's at Autzen Stadium, but plus 10.5, that's a lot. Like USC, they got enough firepower offensively, I think. So I'm going to take Southern Cal.
Southern Cal at Oregon.
Yeah, I don't feel great about it, but
they're getting 10.5.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot. Okay. All right. So I've got Cincinnati plus 2.5 against BYU. Kentucky plus 9.5 at Vandy, and SMU minus 2.5. You've got Georgia Tech minus 2.5. They're playing Pitt. You got OU minus 6.5 against Missouri in Norman, and you got USC plus 10.5 at Oregon. All right, now it's on to the NFL. And man, come on. You want to go first or me?
Go ahead. You sound like you got something cooking.
Well, I'm just going to make a hate pick. I need the Steelers to get it done. Steelers plus 2.5 at Chicago. I need Aaron Rodgers, who has always owned Chicago, to own them again. Come on. Give me the Steelers.
Aaron Rodgers got that Anthony Hill in the left hand.
Ugh,
Ain't good.
that's not good.
Not good. All
I
right.
need
I like you. This is a straight hate pick from you. I respect
straight hate.
that. Straight hate. Okay. I respect it. I really do. Man, it's a tough week in the NFL too. Damn. Yo, ain't no way New Orleans is the favorite against the Falcons, man. I gotta go with Atlanta. Ain't no way. Plus 2.5. This is a joke. I can't believe we're wasting Bijan Robinson's years like this. I can't believe that. That's just Kirk Cousins. Come on, buddy. Like, you got paid. Do something. Do something.
Come on, Kirk.
Come on.
Kirko. Let's go, Kirko.
Somebody need to give him a chain again or bring that swagger back. Something. Because 3-7, Raheem Morris, that seat getting hotter by the day, buddy.
The seat getting toasty.
Very, very. So.
All right. Give me the Kansas City Chiefs at home, minus 3.5 against the Colts. I mean, the Chiefs got to show up at some point, right? So give me the Chiefs to show up, minus 3.5 at home against the Colts.
I'm going to go. John got me on the Cowboys, man. The Eagles, they got too much drama. It's like Real Housewives of Philly or something like that. It's just, and that's, we'll talk about it after we make our picks, because that's definitely TMZ stuff. What John said about possibly more off the field stuff with Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown, that could be anything. So when I hear that, Cowboys, they look good. I know it was against old Pete Carroll, but Cowboys, they could put up some points. Give me that, man. Plus 3.5.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Give me the Cowboys.
Yes.
I'm still pissed at the Eagles for what they did to my Lions last week. I'm more pissed at Dan Campbell for not kicking some field goals.
There we go. Another hate pick.
Yeah.
How you say it like that?
Well, because I was kind of looking at another game that's probably a better pick, but
this is just your number 2, right?
No, I've got the Steelers, the Chiefs, and the Cowboys.
Oh.
You got the Falcons. Huh?
What was that pick?
I ain't telling you.
I just want to hear. Where are you gonna go?
I mean, I kind of like the Panthers plus 7.
I was looking at that. But Brock Purdy back. He looked good. George Kittle looked good. Yeah, you could have that one. I'm not picking that one. Damn. This Slim Pickens out here. I'm going to go Patriots, man. They're going to keep rolling. I got them
Patriots.
-7.5. No Jamar Chase. All that attention is going to be on T. Higgins. No Joe Burrow. You know.
I got it -6.5.
All right, I'll take that. That sounds better. We'll take that, yeah.
Yep. -6.5.
Yeah,
all right.
Drake May been all over the headlines this week with them first take guys and stuff. That was weird.
Oh, yeah. All right. What about Texas and Arkansas?
But yeah, AJ Brown, man. What? You know, and Souls, here you go, man. Got the Conjuring. I got to, man. But what could possibly be an issue if you're AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts off the field? What could that be?
Jalen Hurts is like the most upstanding, to himself guy. Like, I covered him the week of the national championship game between Alabama and Clemson. 18? And he is, I remember when he came on his visit to Texas, that guy is, I think he is the epitome of class. Remember when he got benched at Alabama, comes off the bench, beats Georgia in the SEC championship game? I mean, no, I have no idea. AJ Brown, I can see him getting into it with anybody. But what the hell?
Yeah, what the hell happened? Which this
Jalen Hurts.
This is speculation too. This is assumptions. But now to what you're saying about Jalen Hurts, we did think the same thing about Russell Wilson too. Those first few years. I hear you. I think Jalen Hurts is a class act also. But we heard the same things about Russell Wilson, and then later on, come to find out, Russell a little different. He a little off. So that's just, and there's always just been something about Jalen Hurts. This is me hating. I will admit, this is me hating. This a pretty brother. Like, bro, you gotta have something.
We gotta get to Texas and Arkansas. So whatever we can pick up with Philly.
That all week.
Huh?
Well, we gotta make our picks, you mean, for Texas
Yeah.
Arkansas? Oh, okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Texas. I guess they got them winning. 34-20 is what I picked.
34-20?
Yeah, they should be really pissed off. They really should. Everybody. Sark, the players, everybody should be pissed. And Arkansas, they might fight hard for one quarter, but I think that's all they have in them. I think just being completely drained from this year and losing 8 straight is going to be too much.
All right. Well, I think what we've seen is Texas plays well early and then gives up points late. So I said 34-31. I could see Texas getting out to a good lead and then giving up a couple of plays late. I wanted to have a score similar to yours, but I think Bobby Petrino, Taylon Green, it might be a little too high scoring, my score. Maybe it's more like 24 to 10, and then here comes Arkansas with like a touchdown, a field goal late to make it 24-20. Yeah. But either way,
they got to be able to run against these fools, right?
You would think. Arkansas's defense is not good.
Not at all.
Arkansas's defense is not good.
LSU's run offense isn't good. They put up $150. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, Arkansas is giving up 181 yards rushing per game. That's 113th. And they're giving up passing yards too. They're giving up everything. They're in the hundreds in total defense, rush defense, passing yards allowed. and they're giving up 32.3 points per game. So, yeah, Texas should handle this one.
Yeah.
And they're minus 10 in turnover margin.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
It should be it should be a good day for the Longhorns tomorrow.
Yeah, I need Steve Sarkisian apologizing to Bobby Petrino at the end of the game, like, sorry, Bobby, but we had to run it up. We had to run it up. You know, my hands are tied. I had to run up the score. Like, we were up by 30 and I was still throwing it down the field. Oh, well, like, it is what it is. I apologize, Bobby. Don't let us do it then. How about that? Don't let us do it. Run up the
Let's
score.
open up the gym, bring in the fellas, Patrick and Matt. What's up, guys?
What's going on?
How we doing?
Doing good. It's a Friday afternoon. You got to love it. Getting ready for the weekend. The rain did not ruin everybody's plans, which the more I realize that we don't want rain on Saturday. We want a nice day because of how many recruits are going to be there.
Yeah.
That's really, you don't want them to come to Austin and just be like, oh, man, we're just going to hang out inside.
Yeah. And the last recruiting opportunity they had was an 11 a.m. game the morning after Halloween.
Yeah.
So out-of-state recruits couldn't get in. So Sark was talking about that, how big this weekend is for recruiting.
Yeah. So I'm glad that the weather will be cooperating for what looks like a good day for football tomorrow. I did hear about the Jalen Hurts. The rumor is, what we've heard is that he doesn't hang out with anybody. He's got his own. He hangs out with all women. He doesn't hang out with any dudes. He's just not around, and that's why there's a rift. It's not even anything more. You're just like, if we have a bad game and that dude walks out the locker room and I don't see him again, I see him at practice and I don't ever talk to him outside of football, I'm not gonna be his friend. And that's just kind of like, you're not like, I don't think he's a bad guy. It's just I'm not his friend. I don't know him. Don't hang out with us. That's what multiple sources have now basically said. That's kind of the Jalen Hurts thing, is he's a good guy. He's a really smart, really mature man. Nothing bad about the guy. He just doesn't really hang out with the team a ton. So it's not anything majorly bad about the guy. It's just some dudes don't want to hang out in the locker room.
That's an AJ Brown problem.
Oh, man.
Hey,
I'm not taking AJ Brown's side, by the way. I think he's a lunatic too.
Dudes have lives outside of, it's not college. College guys go hang out together. Major Applewhite told David Ash, hey, Jesus was out among the sinners. You know, you can't just be in your dorm room reading the Bible every night. You need to be out with the sinners. You need to be out with your teammates, you know? Now in the NFL, dudes are married. They got kids.
Yeah. No, I don't look, the fact that AJ Brown did the whole after the Super Bowl, like, oh, back to work, and just couldn't even enjoy it. You're like, well, you don't seem like a joy to be around either, AJ. If you're the guy who can't go have fun for 20 minutes after winning the Super Bowl, you have to go, guys, we got to win another. You're like, all right, man, calm it down. We get it. We get it.
Yeah.
Jalen, can we go grab a cheesesteak later or something like that? Let's just chop it up.
Here we go.
Can we hop on Madden? Can we play some, you know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, see you Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Great weekend. All right. Let's get into it. Let's welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Matt, we're rolling in to a Arkansas versus Texas rivalry weekend. It's going to be hopefully not a great game, but hopefully a fun one for us to watch as Texas takes on a home game. But I know you, as an Ole Miss guy, have been a bit more focused on maybe the Lane Kiffin saga. And we did find out today, Lane Kiffin, there was at least some announcement, but it's not the one anybody wanted to see yet. But here's the Ole Miss statement from today. That Matt was saying out. So I'll read the statement and then I want to get your reaction. And if you believe this is good or bad news for Ole Miss, the statement is Coach Kiffin and I have appointed, this is, by the way, the vice chancellor for intercollegiate athletics, Keith Carter, posted this. Basically. Yes. Coach Kiffin and I have pointed and have had many pointed and positive conversations regarding his future at Ole Miss, including meeting today with Chancellor Boyce. While we discuss the next steps, we know we cannot lose sight of what is most important, our sixth ranked team that is poised to finish the regular season in historic fashion. Despite the outside noise, Coach Kiffin is focused on preparing our team for the Egg Bowl, and together we want to ensure that our players and coaches can concentrate fully on next Friday's game. This team is on the cusp of an unprecedented season, and it's imperative they feel the support of the Ole Miss family in the week ahead. An announcement on Coach Kiffin's future is expected the Saturday following the game. Matt, your takeaway, because you were texting me earlier, you were expecting something to come out today. What do you think?
Well, that is something to me. What that says is he's gone, in my opinion. If you can't come out during the season and say that you're staying with the team that you're currently with when you've got a whole week until your next game, that would indicate to me that you're leaving for LSU at the end of the regular season, which is historically stupid because you have a chance to do something in the playoff that is very special that has never been done at Ole Miss. And I would be shocked, given what I know about Ole Miss, if they let him coach in the playoff when he takes that LSU job.
Oh, no, I don't think you let him coach in the playoffs.
No.
This is the only thing I'll say. I think any other coach, this happens, I think, okay, he's definitely gone. But there's a part of me that's like, this could just be a Lane Kiffin thing.
Well, that's certainly possible. But so I heard a few different things today.
Okay.
From people that I talked to. I heard that the entire coaching staff, for the most part, thought that he was staying. I heard from an LSU person that they were going in very hard and they were very confident about landing him, so much that some boosters were basically saying it aloud in public. And I've also heard today from, I wouldn't call it a source, just somebody I know, so I'm not comfortable saying it's like a report or anything like that, but I've heard that they're going to start their coaching search this week.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like it is a foregone that this was the conversation, and he's like, let's just not ruin the Egg Bowl. Let's go try and win that game. Let's go do something. And on Saturday, we'll announce what we're doing going forward. It feels like he's leaving to take the LSU job, but at the end of the day, it is Lane Kiffin. So there is that little bit of him just being like, oh, we're going to do all that. And then after we beat Mississippi State, I'm going to do the whole big message that I'm staying at Ole Miss. And I just wanted to screw with everybody. And we want to do that. I mean, the fact that there was no extension. Now, I get for Ole Miss's point, too, because didn't they just extend him last summer or give him more money? They've
extended him almost every year that he's been here.
Yeah. So there's a point where you just go you can't.
That's kind of how the contract works with in the state of Mississippi is you can only do a 5-year contract. You can't go any further than that. So that's why they keep extending it every year.
I got you. So it's kind of like that way Mike Gundy had that it was a 5-year deal and it just automatically renewed at the end of every year.
Ostensibly, yes.
Yeah. So it was basically you are always at a 5-year deal, and then then they fired him. But yeah, no, so your mood is now shifted to you're pretty much sure that is a statement of he's leaving.
That would be my guess. And it's really unfortunate because he could have had a statue in front of the Ole Miss Stadium if he continued this way, because nobody's ever really done what he's done before at Ole Miss, at least not for a really long time. So it sucks, but it's inevitable that this is going to happen because Ole Miss is not a blue blood. Eventually, your coach is going to leave for what is perceived to be a bigger opportunity, even though in today's day and age with NIL and the transfer portal and all this stuff, I really don't believe that there are any jobs that are better than any other jobs necessarily to the point where you need to leave for another one outside of like Texas, Ohio State, and like a handful of others. LSU is one of those others, probably.
Yeah.
But, I really hope Tulane doesn't get too used to John Summerall being their coach.
Yeah, I mean, it is I think that it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one as we'll see what happens. And yeah, to have a team that's probably going to be in the playoffs And then so to be like, all right, well, we're walking away from that, and then we're going to go to LSU. Yeah, I think the big hope is for Ole Miss right now is that he gets the cold feet after LSU starts barking before this week, where he's like, hey, you need to keep it quiet. And then boosters and donors just ruin it, because boosters and donors tend to do that, where they're like, oh, I'm going to go on a podcast and I'm going to tell everybody Lane Kiffin's already told me he's coming. And then he'll back out of the deal. And close to that Nick Saban coming to Texas, that he was like, Nick Saban was really considering coming to be at Texas and leave Alabama. And then boosters and donors were like, we got Nick Saban. And he was like, all right, if y'all can't keep your mouth shut for 2 weeks, I don't want to go there. Like, if y'all don't do business this way, like, I don't do business that way. So he, that was the at least rumor that I've heard from many different sources, that was the story with Nick Saban, was that too many people couldn't keep their mouth shut, and he was like, screw that. But it feels as if, I mean, it's a weird one. I get LSU is a historic blue blood. I get all the positive things about it. It is a little weird to walk away from a playoff team to go do that, but yeah, it's, sometimes coaches need different challenges.
Well, what's interesting here is it kind of feels like Florida is going to be the one that gets kind of left in the dust in this whole situation.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you talk to Florida people, though, they believe they're getting Lane Kiffin too. So,
they're not.
but I'm just saying, that's what you hear from Ole Miss, and I mean, maybe this changes Ole Miss's people's take on it. But going into today, people believed Ole Miss, everybody at Ole Miss believed he was staying. Everybody at Florida thought they were getting him, and everybody at LSU thought they were getting him. And you're like, well, all three of those things can't be true.
Yeah, and then I heard that Sark was going to go to the Tennessee Titans, and he was also going to coach Texas. So he was going to coach 4 college teams all at the same time.
Okay, yes,
is what was going to happen.
So no, I'm hoping for your sake that this is a Lane Kiffin, mess with people, and then make it to playoffs and be like, dude, I'm not going anywhere. That would be hilarious. It would be very Lane Kiffin. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but there's that little part.
I don't either.
It's a Lane Kiffin-esque way to do things.
I think that what has transpired over the last few weeks is already the Lane Kiffin thing that was going to happen. And instead of being like Sark or Dillingham or one of these other coaches that isn't leaving, being like, no, I'm not going anywhere. We can stop talking about this now. Please stop spreading this BS. He's had every opportunity to at least come out and say, I'm really happy where I am, or something to that effect. And he's dodged the question at every turn.
Yeah. So
I think he loves the drama. I think he loves the courtship that is coming along with it. And also his son, who is a quarterback, a very highly rated quarterback, as a matter of fact, at Oxford High School, posted on his Instagram like half an hour or 45 minutes ago wearing LSU headphones. So that's interesting.
Oh boy. Well, that's unfortunate news to start off for Matt, but it is a open bar, open gym Friday. So if you're having one with us on a Friday, before the holidays next week, here's to you. I'll pour myself a little drink here as we get going on a Friday edition, Matt. But we do got to get in to Texas versus Arkansas happening this Saturday. It does look like the weather is going to hold up, that we will not be having the rain as maybe was thought to be in the weather forecast. It has not really rained a ton. It rained a little bit last night here in Austin, but we have not gotten a massive amount of rain. So it now puts Texas versus Arkansas in a world of, can Texas defense pick up and be a better team than they've played the last few weeks? Because the defense is still going to have to carry this team to a certain extent. You believe that the Texas offense should be able to get going in this game against Arkansas. We do see Anthony Hill still listed as questionable on the injury report. Ryan Wingo still listed as probable on the injury report, Matt, when it came out last night. So no new changes there. It still seems like a really big long shot for Anthony Hill to play in this game, but you expect Ryan Wingo to play.
Yeah, I think Ryan Wingo is going to be good to go. I'm still iffy about whether or not I even want Anthony Hill to play in this game. But I mean, if it's a broken hand, which is I think what was reported to be,
yes, a broken bone in the hand.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's something you can necessarily make worse either. So if he feels comfortable just wrapping on a club and going out there and playing some football, then that's totally fine. I feel like regardless of whether or not Anthony Hill plays in this football game, there's going to be a lot of points scored on both sides. So it'll be interesting to watch. But Ryan Wingo, I think, is the more important player to make sure that he plays, because I think he needs as many reps with Arch Manning as he could possibly get.
I agree, and I think that we need that screen pass to start the game once again.
Yeah, you have to have it.
You have to have that screen pass to start the game again, and we just see it's worked. It's worked pretty much every time they've done it. He slipped in the Georgia game, so that's we want it to be nice and sunny, so the field is nice for him, that he can get down and go and head downfield. But this is an Arkansas defense that has not been great at tackling so far this season. So there's a real chance that you could break one off a screen and do some major damage to this Arkansas defense. So we're hoping there that Ryan Wingo is able to go. Matt, let's get into a few Arkansas players to know. We do here on the show every week on a Friday. We give you some different players you need to look at. We'll start, of course, with the quarterback, who is Talon Green. He is number 10, your senior quarterback. 6'6", 224 is what he is listed at. He's an uber athletic guy. He's got a great arm to throw downfield as well as a cannon. He's one of those guys you can find here in his game. He's not going to be a quarterback that likes to slide or get out of bounds. You have to wrap him up and tackle Talon Green. So that does allow you to try and strip the ball from him. It does allow you to try and deliver some hits to knock him out of his element. He does lose accuracy at points when he gets nervous or when he gets flustered. And if you're able to get pressure on him and move him around, he does lose accuracy in those moments. But if you let him escape out of the box and run, he will do it all day long. They'll design runs for him, and he runs like a running back.
Yeah, he's a big athletic freak that can run like a gazelle. He's got a cannon for an arm. He's very tough to bring down. But you're right. When he gets pressured and he gets a little flustered, he has a tendency to turn the ball over. He's got 10 interceptions this year. But he's also the engine that drives that thing. So when he's on, he's one of the most unstoppable players in the SEC. You saw it against Texas A&M, who has a really good defense. And you saw it against Tennessee, and you saw it again in some of these other one-score SEC games that they've played. He's very, very difficult to stop. That offensive line is not fantastic. So you can get to him and you can get pressure on him and you can force him off of his spot and force some errant throws. But you also have to make sure that you're doing a good job of staying disciplined in your pass rushing lane so that he doesn't get outside. You have to contain him. You can't let him get outside and get a running start down the sideline or something like that. He will eat you alive if you do that.
Yeah, you're going to have to keep him in check. And that's one of the reasons you'd love to have an Anthony Hill in the game, because he is really good at that. He's another elite athlete. So you do have someone that can chase and try and go put a hurt onto Talon Green. But if he's not going to be in the game, your other linebackers are going to have to step up in that role, because he is a third down conversion. He is that type of guy that if a play breaks down, he can just go get it with his legs, and you can't allow that type of thing to happen to you in this game. Looking at the running backs, Mike Washington Jr., number 4, is their main running back. He is another senior running back, 6'2", 223. He's a pretty strong, consistent runner. He's the ability to break an explosive run. He's not really. There's not any part of his game where you look at it and go, "Wow, he's really good at this." But he's pretty good across the board. He's averaging 6.5 yards per carry. He can do a lot of different things to attack you. So that is your number 1 running back. Braylon Russell, number 0, is the sophomore running back who is his backup. He's currently listed as questionable. He's 6'1", 238. He is their guy for a lot of short yardage. So he is the guy they'll put in on 3rd and short or put in near the goal line. Braylon Russell tends to get those carries as a powerhouse pushback. But it's if he's there, he's another threat for them. But he's not necessarily the biggest need when you have Mike Washington, who will be playing in the game.
Yeah, so they've got 3 guys that average over 5 yards a carry if you include Braylon Russell. And I'm not going to count Braylon Sharp, the wide receiver, who averages 15.3 yards per carry. But Mike Washington and Talon Green are a really good 1-2 punch. And they're both really big guys. Washington's 6'2", 223 pounds. Russell's also 238 pounds, like you said. So they can run the football and they can grind it out on you. They're second in the SEC in rushing right now, just behind Missouri, who's like far and away the best rushing team in the conference. But they can eat you up on the ground, and that's how they've stayed in a lot of these football games, is the combination of Russell and Washington and Talon Green just, zone reads and running up the middle and running to the out. Like, they can do it all. So
Yeah,
it's going to be a really, really difficult run game to stop for sure.
Looking at the wide receivers, we have Omega Blake, number 9. Great name, Omega
name.
Blake. And it's not Omega, it's O''Mega. So Omega Blake. He's a senior wide receiver, 6'2", 182, leading receiver for the Razorbacks. He's got 51 receptions and 4 TDs. Uses size and speed, is able to get out there and get the ball. And then Raylan Sharp, number 6, is the senior wide receiver, 5'9", 165. So he's finally found somebody under 6 feet tall on this Razorbacks team. He's a guy who can get lost in coverage. They use him, and he is prone to break a big play. Is Raylan Sharp. They also use him sometimes out of the backfield. You kind of disguise him, and he slides out. They have a lot of big dudes on this team. They have a lot of height and length on this team. And so Raylan Sharp kind of fits into this other role of being a little bit smaller of a guy, but who can pop out behind the Redwoods and make a big play.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those guys are extremely talented receivers. And this is a Arkansas passing offense that ranks fifth in the SEC, and I think 13th overall in total offense in the country. So they're one of the best offenses in the SEC, which, given your defensive struggles as of late, particularly in pass coverage, is a major concern. But there's another guy also on that team in the passing game that is a major concern if I'm the Texas Longhorns, and that's the tight end, Rohan Jones. Yep. He's only got 13 catches this year, but he's got 411 yards, averaging 31.6 yards per catch, and he's got 4 touchdowns. So that's a guy that you really need to look out for as well. This team likes to spread the football around to the receivers. They've got a bunch of dudes with touchdown catches. Blake has 4, Sharp has 3, Jones has 4, CJ Brown has 3, Jalen Brown has 2, Jaden Platt has 1, and Cam Shanks has 1 as well. So a lot of different guys can catch touchdown passes in this offense and be involved in the passing game, so it's going to be very difficult to stop. Yeah,
Rohan Jones is number 88. He's their senior tight end, 6'3", 236. And he is that guy that, again, when the linebackers are so concerned about Talon Green and the linebackers get concerned about a lot of different things, he's a guy who slips out and then is wide open in the middle of that zone, and he is a big load to take down at the end. Canadian fellow there, Rohan Jones is. He's from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. So that is, but yeah, Rohan Jones is definitely another one of those threats that we've seen Texas falter on some of these tight ends, that they just don't, they miss protection on him and no one picks them up. So you have to watch out for him. They're going to try and target him and try and find plays where Texas is going to be lacking in that. I mean, we saw it with Vanderbilt, especially. There was a few times, and they were like, Vanderbilt, you're like, how do you not know that there's one dude on the field that you need to guard, and it's a tight end? And that is, you're going to have to do that same thing with Rohan Jones. But they spread the ball around. Talon Green's pretty good at making decisions. He doesn't necessarily make his progressions really well of coming. He doesn't like to check down. Let's put it that way. He doesn't make his progressions and come back to the short ones. So he normally takes off. He doesn't check down, but he does go through the reads pretty well downfield. And that's where you find a guy, and that's how you spread the ball around, how well he's done it.
Yeah. I know that this is a 2-8 football team, and they're 15th in the SEC in the standings, and they lost a lot of games. But everything that Vanderbilt can do to you offensively, like we saw in Austin a couple weeks ago, especially in the fourth quarter, Arkansas does it better. So that's something that you're going to have to watch out for. Talon Green's a better quarterback than Diego Pavia. These receivers are better than the ones at Vanderbilt. This tight end is probably the only position that Vanderbilt has an advantage over Arkansas in terms of talent, but Rohan Jones is a really good player. So this is going to be a very explosive offense, and they have to do everything they possibly can to contain it. And what I don't want them to do is sit back off of these receivers like they did against Georgia and just let them eat you alive. So a lot of these plays that we've seen against mobile quarterbacks as of late, like in the fourth quarter with Diego Pavia or with Gunnar Stockton converting that third down with his legs, Taylon Green's better at doing that. So the more and more we talk about this Arkansas offense, the more and more it's like, yeah, I think Anthony Hill should play if he can.
I'm just telling you, because Arkansas, like, there is things, because there is a reason why Arkansas has lost all these games, which is they're not consistent in what they do. But the reality is, and also their defense is not very good, but they're not consistent offensively. So the issue is, can you make them, and can you pull out the bad Arkansas? Normally, what we've seen this year, and what we've seen the last couple of years, is you're not going to get the favorable calls. You're not going to be able to get them in drive killers. You're not going to have those things going for you. So you have to understand, and you understand you're getting pretty much everybody's best shot against you. So it's a fool's errand to believe, well, maybe we'll get the inconsistent, Taylon Green who's going to throw some passes errantly. I think you're more likely to get the guy who's going to nail all his receivers when you give them a 5-yard cushion, and then those guys are going to make you pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely. When Taylon Green is on, he is one of the best quarterbacks in America. And nobody ever talks about him because, for one thing, they're 2-8. And for another thing, they have had those inconsistencies throughout the season. But, if you look at his game log throughout, especially SEC play, it's been a little bit up and down. But against Ole Miss, he had over 300 yards through the air. Memphis, he had over 300. 256 against A&M and Tennessee both. 268 against Auburn. It's really been over the last couple of weeks that his passing numbers haven't been there. But, this guy's got 2 games left in the season. There's a very good chance that he could have over 1,000 yards rushing and over 3,000 yards passing this season. That's really, really hard to do.
It is. Looking over on the defense, a couple names to know. You get Quincy Rhodes. He is Quincy Rhodes Jr., number 97. He is a junior defensive lineman, 6'6", 276. He moves really well for being 276. He is a guy in the pass rush that has some great moves. He's got a great spin move, can get through and really rushes into it. Sometimes he does get a little too pass rush happy, so you can catch him on the run game sometimes. You can catch him with play action sometimes. You can get him in certain situations where maybe he's a little too happy to come after the quarterback, but he is leading the way for them with 8 sacks this season. He is playing really good football. You also have Xavier Sorey Jr. He is number 10. He's a senior linebacker, 6'3", 231. He's a guy that's really talented, but you can tell he's still growing as a player. Great speed, great tackler, really good football IQ. But he does sometimes, again, he's really inconsistent. He disengages sometimes. He does get caught up sometimes if you're able to trick him a little bit. Play action will get him sometimes. And the third defender I'll give you is Julian Neal, number 23, a senior defensive back, 6'2", 200. He is a physical defensive back at 6'2", 200. He's going to tackle hard, play tough. He loves to help out in the run game as well. And he is somebody that will jump for passes. He will try and jump passes he thinks he can pick. So if you're able to get that ball in there and throw a good ball, you're getting extra yardage because he's going to be off the play. But if you don't, it may be going the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll start with Quincy Rhodes. 8 sacks over 10 games doesn't sound like a ton. Like, it sounds really good, but it's third in the SEC. He's only behind Cassius Howell at Texas A&M and Colin Simmons. So he can get after the quarterback. And against this offensive line that struggled a whole hell of a lot, I would expect him to be able to have some success on Saturday. How they utilize that will be interesting to watch. I feel like Brandon Baker and Trevor Gooseby are going to be able to hold up pretty well against this guy. But I would imagine, like a lot of the other teams this season, they'll do a lot of stunts and twists and things like that to get him rushing on the inside and attack the left guard position or the center position, something like that. So that would be interesting to watch. Honestly, given the way that Texas has been able to move the ball the last few weeks, you still have to feel very confident that they're going to be able to move the ball against this defense, because they're last in the SEC in scoring defense. They're last in the SEC in total yards allowed. They're 15th in the SEC in both pass defense and rush defense. So they can't really stop anything. They're a terrible tackling team. They don't turn the ball over a whole lot. So as long as Arch Manning shows up the way that he showed up the last 4 weeks, Texas should be fine offensively. If he shows up with a performance like we saw against Kentucky or UTEP, Texas could be in very big trouble.
Yeah,
I would imagine that part of his career is in the past at this point.
That's the hope.
Just based on what we've seen, but it's a defense that is full of holes, but also full of talent as well. So if they play their best game and they tackle well, it could be difficult.
Yeah, I think we've seen Arch get better at bouncing back from those as well. That when he does have the errant throw, it doesn't turn into 6 or 7, which early in the season it was, he misses one pass. And he just bad mechanics, bad footwork, misses a pass, and then it turns into another and another and another. And it seems like now he has some of those where he has bad footwork and, it turns into a bad pass, and he comes back on the next play and delivers one that he can, delivers a pass for a reception. You go, okay. So it seems like he is getting better at adjusting. But again, if you miss some guys and, ball gets tipped or whatever else, and it goes up in the air and that turns it into an interception, you're going to have to bounce back from those, because those could really, really be deadly in a game like this against an Arkansas team that you really need to score against and continue to put pressure on this Arkansas defense so that the offense doesn't get to stay on the field. Because if they wear out your defense, it's going to be a long day when it turns, in that fourth quarter where you've already shown that you've, got some weaknesses in the fourth quarter in your last few games. You want to be able to, finish strong. And if you're kicking the ball back and punting the ball back constantly, it's going to be really a lot of trouble when you get to the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, and this is an Arkansas team that has faced some good defenses as well. This isn't like Texas A&M, who, no disrespect to Texas A&M. I mean, maybe all the disrespect to Texas A&M, depending on who you ask on this show. But they have faced the majority of the bottom dwellers in the SEC so far this season. Arkansas has faced Tennessee. They faced Texas A&M. They face an Auburn defense that's really good. They played Ole Miss. All of those games, with the exception of their Notre Dame, like every game they've played this season has been close in a one-score game outside of the Notre Dame loss. They were really tight against Auburn. They were really tight against Mississippi State, LSU, Tennessee, Memphis, Ole Miss. So they make things very, very difficult, and you have to be able to move the ball at a consistent rate in order to beat this football team. I mean, they had Ole Miss on the ropes in Oxford, and basically the difference in that game was Ole Miss was able to shut them down when it mattered most in the fourth quarter, which isn't easy to do. I mean, Taylon Green had 420 yards of total offense in that game, 2 touchdowns. So they know how to move the football, and they will do it very, very well because they're coached by one of the best offensive minds in the country in Bobby Petrino.
Yeah. Nope, I'm with you on that one. That takes us to our game plans, Matt. What is the game plan for Texas for you in this game? I think offensively, it seems pretty simple. You're just kind of doing what you've been doing, the short games and all of that's been working for you recently. I think that still kind of stays the way it is because we've seen the progress of it, and this is not a team that is tackling at a super high level. They're not defending at that. You may be able to take a few shots downfield, but you don't really have to, and you don't want to let them start to get pressure on you and put an Arch Manning in the ground.
I think you take a very similar approach offensively to what we saw against Vanderbilt. Mm-hmm. Just death by 1,000 cuts, marching down the field, forcing plays where they have to take an angle and tackle a Ryan Wingo or DeAndre Moore, or Parker Livingston, or Emmett Mosley, and force them to get you on the ground. Get your ball to the receiver early, get him in space, and let him make guys miss. I think that's the key to the passing game. I'd like to see them run the football because Arkansas can't stop the run against anybody. You should be able to at least have a decent ground game to keep them honest. And listen, I I posted a graphic on social media the other day about Arch Manning and his stats and how good he's been over the last few weeks since being called the biggest flop in college football. And the biggest pushback I got about that was the average depth of target is not very good for Arch. It's not very long for Arch Manning.
Yeah.
Most of the everything is between 0 to 10 yards. 38% of his throws are from 10 to 20 yards plus. So he does throw the ball downfield, and I think that's kind of lost in the sauce a little bit. But that also means that 52% of his throws are from 0 to 10 yards. Yeah. And I think that needs to continue because that's the game plan to beat a team that doesn't tackle particularly well. That's how you get your explosive plays. And I think that's perfectly fine. And I love that, people think that that's some kind of a knock against Arch.
Executing the game plan?
Executing the game plan is just a knock against Arch. Exactly. Where that comes from, I think it's just Texas hate, honestly. But at the end of the day, when you're doing 11 on 11, even when you're throwing within 10 yards of the scrimmage, 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, it's still really hard to complete passes in college football.
Yeah. Well, and this is, I mean, the reality is, if you're not watching the film and actually breaking down, when you put out stats, they can mean a lot of different things. And I think there's a thought of if you're only throwing these little ones, you're always checking down. And if you're always checking down, it means you have no confidence to throw downfield or anything else. Now, the reality is you play some really good defenses in the SEC, and things may not be right there. And he's also been pressured a ton, which means you do have to check the check down instead of taking a sack, which he's gotten better at doing. Sometimes Sark likes to call screens. Sark likes to do that. It'll knock your average throws way down, those averages down. So I get it, but if you look at what Arch has done and you watch what he does, it's not necessarily that he's not willing to take shots and he can't throw the ball downfield. It's more of the game plan is you've got 2.5 seconds, man. You've got to make a decision within that because they're coming after you. The offensive line can't hold. If this offensive line was better, that average depth would drop a lot more. Like it would raise a lot more. So it is what it is. I get people just conflate. Well, you're a check down Charlie. If your average pass depth is not big enough, it's not necessarily the case. Now, if you want to say, does he look like he should be the number 1 overall pick in the draft? No, but we also never said he was. So it's like those are you're arguing with somebody else's argument earlier, and that's not the same thing.
Yeah, it's everybody thinks that quarterbacks should be throwing the ball down the field 15 to 30 yards on every pass. Otherwise, they suck.
Yes.
And that's not the case. This has been the way that Sark has run his offense for 4 or 5 years in Austin. Yeah. So it's just the way that it works. And it's
a very NFL style thing of yak. Yak is very important. Yards after catch. A lot of great offensive minds really like the yak because you can set up blocking downfield. You can run, you have different types of things to try and break big plays. But the odds of being able to get your defender off, not have a safety come over, and everything else work perfectly to hit that guy 30, 40 yards downfield, or hit a guy that's wide open 10 yards downfield and then have him run after the catch. It's just a much easier, more likely scenario. So a lot of people really like that format. Sark is one of them.
Yeah, and the blunt fact of the matter is, even if Sark wanted to throw the ball downfield consistently, the offensive line can't hold up and do that. And that's a big problem. And that's why they don't do it more often.
Yeah.
Case in point, the game against Florida, Arch's average depth of target was over 20 yards in that game. And he got pressured 30 times on 42 dropbacks or something like that, or 35 times on 42 dropbacks. He doesn't have the time to sit back there for 3 to 4 seconds. He just doesn't.
Yeah. So defensively on the game plan, Matt, you're now talking about a run game that you really have to slow down. You cannot let them, again, we say this every week, you can't let them stay on schedule. You can't let them dictate. You can't let them be in second and shorts and third and shorts where they're able to take shots downfield because they know they'll be able to pick up that 4th down. You have to be able to try and stop them and get them off the field on those 3rd downs, which, by the way, the Arkansas defense is awful at 3rd downs. They are really, really bad at them. But on your side of the ball, you have to be able to get him off the field. we saw last week they were so afraid of getting thrown over the top of that they gave some of the biggest cushions. I mean, Mattress Mac would be ashamed of how big the cushions were that they were giving. Now for Texas, they can't do that again this week, right? This is that you have to try and play some more man. You have to be able to trust in your defensive line to be able to get the push to not allow Talon Green to just sit back in that pocket or move around and be unfettered. You have to be able to do all that. I think, again, you have to just be a little bit more aggressive like you were against Vanderbilt, where you felt much more aggressive than you did in that Georgia game.
Yeah, I mean, just like I think you copy the game plan that you did against Vanderbilt offensively. I think you do the same thing defensively. You do everything in your power to get Talon Green and push him out of his spot. He's one of those guys that, a little bit like Diego Pavia, he's not going to throw the ball away, so he might hold on to it a little bit too long.
Yeah.
And that would be kind of a recipe for success for Texas defensively. But if they get you into a 3rd and 5, and here's what I don't want to see, Patrick, and I will I'll be in the press box, so it's going to be a little bit harder for me to do this, but mentally I will be throwing my beer at the TV if I see on 3rd and 5 the corner's butts to the sideline, 1 high safety, and a 10-yard cushion.
Yep.
I will mentally throw my beer at the television. Because they're just going to dice you up that way.
You break into the Texas coaching box there.
Yeah,
what are you guys doing?
I look, Arkansas has good receivers. They don't have Zachariah Branch, Noah Thomas, and Dylan Bell. They don't have Lawson Lucky and Oscar Delp. They don't have those kinds of weapons that if any of those guys, like if Zachariah Branch gets the ball in his hands with a cushion, he's gone.
Yep.
And these receivers are talented, but they aren't to that level. So I don't think that you have to take the same approach that you did with Georgia. That being said, I feel like they're going to attack the side of the field that Manny Muhammad is not on constantly with their passing game. And that's going to be defensively, I think that's going to be where the game is won and lost.
Yeah, I'm with you right there. It does feel like this is a, if you're just letting them take the yardage, you cannot count on them to ruin their own drives. And that's kind of the thing that they've had a few times. And you can't play that type of defense. You're going to have to be able to score the football. You're going to have to be able to stop them from scoring at some points in the game. You don't want this to turn into a complete shootout, but you have to be very prepared for it to be one. And so you're like, let them. They're going to have a couple of explosive plays. I think they'll have the exact same amount of explosive plays if you play man, or I think they'll have less if you play man. If you allow them to catch the ball and run, they're going to have more. They have some big receivers who can break tackles and stay on their feet. And so if you're trusting your DBs, who already you don't trust to play man, to run up and one-handed, one-arm tackle Omega, it's not going to happen. He's going to break free. You're going to have a repeat of what happened against Florida, where you had a bigger size receiver just run downfield on you time and time again. And you just can't allow that. You have to go try and knock them out of their way. You want to slow them down as well. You want to bump them at the line of scrimmage a lot of times. If you can bump some of these guys and knock them off their route, it helps you out a lot more in these types of situations to not allow them to do that. I get they may get a few passes downfield, and Talon Green has a great arm to do that. You got to trust your safeties. You just have to. You got 2 games left. You can't play this backup defense. Now, they're going to do it some, just not as much as you did against Georgia. Like, I know they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to completely abandon that game plan, but.
Well, I think that my big fear for Texas in this game is that they'll be aggressive in the first 3 quarters.
Yep.
And maybe they'll hold Arkansas in check, but then PK is inevitably going to go into his safe space and be like, all right, we're playing cover 3 and we're giving them cushion and we're making them march it down the field on us. And then they're going to get back into the game that way. There's going to be some miscommunication between a freshman corner and Jelani McDonald or Jalen Gilbo and Michael Taff or something like that. And they're going to get an explosive play that way. And they're going to get themselves right back into the football game. You need to eliminate that stuff. I don't know how you do it with 2 games left in the season, because it's been a consistent issue over the last few weeks. Even against Kentucky, it was an issue. The last time that this defense played to its capability, in my opinion, this season for 4 quarters was against Oklahoma. And that was at the beginning of October. You've now had over almost 2 months of bad defense from Texas and consistent bad defense from Texas. So, and they get look, they get their moments in these games anyway. Like against Mississippi State, they really shut them down over that comeback stretch and in overtime. Against Kentucky, they shut them down in overtime. Vanderbilt, they were great for the first 3 quarters, and then they gave it up in the fourth quarter. So they in Georgia, for from the end of the first quarter until the end of the beginning of the fourth quarter, they were really stout. But they need to put in a complete game together, and I don't have faith in them doing that because I haven't seen it since the beginning of October.
I'm with you. All right, let's hit our MVPs and X Factors here, Matt, like we do every week on a Friday afternoon. Let's look around. Who do you like, Matt, for your offensive MVP in this game?
I wonder who everybody thinks I'm going to pick. I have been a probably the most staunch defender of Arch Manning from week 1 until today.
Yeah.
And I knew it was going to get better. It has gotten better. I expect him to have a career high in passing in this game because that defense is just that bad. So I'm picking Arch Manning as the offensive MVP.
I'm going to kind of go in the same route of you. I think it's Ryan Wingo. I think this is a game for Wingo that sets up perfectly to do some short yardage stuff and let him go and let him use his freak athletic ability and size to just get downfield. I think we saw it against Vanderbilt. Was it Vanderbilt that we saw it? Yeah, that he had it and then hurt his thumb. But, I mean, he was going to break that one too. Like you just saw, and then the thumb injury kind of took away what he was going to be able to do. I think this is a game like that where you're like, Ryan Wingo could go for 200 yards in this game if they keep throwing the ball and he stays on the field healthy. Now, I think they'll pull him off if they get a lead and everything. I think he will stop playing. So I'm not saying I think he'll have 200 yards, but I think he could have one of those really big games with just, 7 catches, 200 yards. Where you're like, how do you get that many yards in this? Because like all of them are 60-yarders. Every time he touched the ball, he has that kind of big play, aggressive possibilities against a defense that just doesn't tackle very well. So I'm with you on that one. We're taking 2 sides of the same coin on that one, Matt. Let's look over at our defensive MVPs for this game. Who do you like as your defensive MVP, Matt?
I mean, I feel like this is kind of cheating because he's been their best defensive player or one of their 2 best defensive players all year long, but I'm going with Colin Simmons. I think he's going to have an impact in this game, much like he did against Vanderbilt, where he's not only getting sacks, but he's disrupting zone reads and RPOs at the mesh point. He's forcing fumbles or something to that effect. I think he's going to be a game wrecker in this one, and I think he's going to he might have another 3-sack game here.
No, I love that. He needs to recreate that Diego Pavia strip sack early in the game. That really, as much as Pavia would never admit that affected him, it did for a little bit. That he was like, oh, I was not expecting that happen that quickly. You just wasn't expecting that. So you'd love to see that one. I love that pick, Matt. I'm going to go with Michael Taff on this one. And this is, for me, with the possibility that Anthony Hill is not on the field. I think Michael Taff's importance, not only being able to be the guy who makes plays, but also the coach on the field for this team. I need him to be good. I need him to be there. I need him to be ready to play. I need him to really embrace that this is his second to last game at DKR and really go for it and trying to get this team completely ready for what they need to be and got guys in the right position. Don't have guys out of position. Don't have guys where we're uncovered. That communication, getting everybody to communicate, not just him screaming the whole time, but getting everybody else to talk to each other. It's just going to be a monstrous task. But if I think there's a guy who can spearhead that secondary improving in this game and playing a little bit better, I don't expect him to be great. I expect him to be good. Is Michael Taff.
Yeah, I like that. If there's a player that needs to have an electric game on this defense, I think it is Michael Taft, because something's got to happen for that secondary to bounce back. And if anybody's going to do it, I agree with you. It's Michael Taft.
All right, let's stay on the defensive side of the ball then, Matt. The X factor for you. Who is the X factor to make a difference in this game that maybe you're not going to – it's not the Colin Simmons or the Michael Taft, the easy picks we took for MVPs. Who do you got?
Well, I got two, and
right.
it's coming from two different ends of the spectrum as well. In terms of a player who I think needs to have a really, really good game, is Anthony Smith. He had a great game against Georgia statistically. I think he needs to have another performance like that this week, especially if Anthony Hill is not playing in this game. He needs to step up and fill that role and be the guy that patrols the middle of the field and makes plays and maybe forces a turnover. The other one is a guy who I don't think has played particularly well over the last few weeks and needs a bounce back performance, and that's Cole Brevard. Over the last, I think, probably at least 3 games, he's been getting pushed off of his spot a whole hell of a lot. They've been able to move him quite a bit in terms of, getting a push in the run game. And the way that they've been doing that is by, when he's going up against his assignment and they'll bring another guy in and kind of chip him on the side and move him off the spot. And then a running lane opens up on the side of him. He needs to keep that from happening somehow because he's been getting moved too easily. So he needs a bounce back.
All right, I like that. I think that is a solid pick there because he does need to be the X factor in this game. I'm going to go there on the defensive line again. I'm going to go with Hero Kanu here. I think Hero Kanu's played really well this season so far for Texas, and with a team that's going to run the ball a lot, I like Hero Kanu to be somebody in there that's going to be able to help stop this run game a little bit more. We know you're right there with Cole Brevard. I think Hero Kanu is that kind of like the guys that are going to be in this game. You could pick a lot of different defensive linemen and go, if you're able to keep them off schedule by not, by stopping them on some of those runs and making 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s, where Talon Green is going to get a little bit more panicky. Now, he is a really clutch player. We get that. He's made some big plays. But if you can make him in a position where they're also downs where you can pin your ears back and go after Talon Green, I'm much happier with that. So that defensive line really as a whole is kind of the X factor here, but I'll say Hero Kanu is a player on that one. And then we'll head over to the offense, Matt. The X factor you have for the offense for Texas in this game.
Again, I've got 2 for you.
Okay.
I'm going to start with Emmett Mosley. While I do expect Ryan Wingo to be the guy that gets all the majority of the yards and the big plays, I think that they need Emmett Mosley and his reliable hands to help them move the chains on 3rd downs and make some big plays when they really, really need it. He's ever since he came back to this, and really started getting a rolling start with this team, probably starting with Mississippi State. He's been a very integral part of this offense, and I think that needs to continue this week. And then the other one I'm going to go with is Cole Hudson. He needs to hold up in pass protection and really that entire interior of the offensive line, I guess, is what I'll say for my X factor. They need to get a push in the run game, and they need to move people and help Texas stay on schedule so that Texas can, be a little bit balanced and keep them guessing. And, let's have a game where we average 4 yards a carry just once, please.
Well, and we're talking about, their pass rush. They're going to attack the middle of that line. That's where they're going to attack. And they're going to attack right there in Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson. They're going to stay further away from DJ Campbell, and they're going to walk over and say, where we want to attack is these 2 guys who have been as thin as toilet paper plenty of times this season. So let's go through and try and get, and so if those guys can play well, it changes the game. I'm kind of on the same line with you here. I'm going to go with Trey Wisner as an X factor here. This is another game where defensively you should be able to get some yardage in the run game. And if Trey Wisner is able to, just like we said of the defensive line for Texas, if they're able to actually keep you on schedule and put it in, give Arch some 3rd and shorts, some 2nd and shorts where he can maybe have a little bit more fun, give Stark a little bit more play calling where he has, more plays in the playbook to go with instead of when you're pulling out that play sheet and you have to look in that bottom right corner, says 3rd and long, 4th and long, and you go, all right, I got 5 plays. We're just going to keep calling. I don't have a ton of plays because it's an unmanageable one, and we're just going to drop it off and see what we can do in the game. I think Trey Wisner is a guy that this is a game where he hasn't got a lot. I want Sark to be able to call more runs in this game, and so Trey Wisner, I want to be an X factor in this game.
We knew against Georgia that they wouldn't be able to run the football. They did a pretty decent job on the first drive or two.
Yeah.
And then they kind of abandoned it. I think this is a game where you can stick with it and not be worried that you're running the football too much, because they have a very difficult time stopping the run. Notre Dame averaged 5.3 yards per carry against them with Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love. Each of those guys only ran the ball 13, 14 times. So if you can have some balance and get CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner involved and keep them honest, it's just going to open everything else up. And I don't want to be the guy that's like, oh, you got to establish the run. But like at a certain point, especially when you're going up against a team that is really, really good offensively and really porous defensively, you need to keep your defense off the field as much as you possibly can. And Trey Wisner is going to play a role in that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Over on the text line, Chan says, he says Trey Wisner, a Wingo for the MVP. He says Wingo, our hands of stone wide receiver. He also likes Emmett Mosley. He also asked, what happened to our tight ends? Our tight ends have gotten a little bit, but the Gunnar Helm passes of last year haven't really been there. And part of that is Jack Endries hasn't necessarily established himself as the blocking threat where he can slide behind guys because they're attacking him that hard. So there's part of that. And then the other part is those plays just take a little bit more time to develop. If he's not the number one option, a lot of times Arch is already under pressure, so he's not able to look down, plant his feet, and just chunk it downfield to a streaking Jack Endries. Just hasn't been there as much this year. He has gotten open some, but I think that's what we saw from Gunnar Helm last year was not a ton of deviation of what his routes were. And he was just getting open for him, and the line was holding, so they get the ball. I don't know if that's happening this season. And then it just hasn't really clicked. They've got a ton of depth. They're playing a bunch of different guys. Everyone but Spencer Shannon has played pretty decently and had their moments. So overall, I think, it's just kind of it's one of those things where a number of factors are coming in together to make it not really work. I'm hoping Jack Endries comes back for another year so that maybe you can make it work next season.
Yeah, I think he'll be back. I think part of the reason as well, 4 of the 5 tight ends are extremely young. They're true freshmen, so that plays a factor in it. But Quinn Ewers and Gunnar Helm had a really, really good chemistry, and they played together for a long time. Arch and Jack Endries are new together. So I think it's just going to take a little bit of time, like a full season and another offseason for them to get to a point where they can be that kind of productive. I think they'll get there. They need the offensive line to play better around them if they're going to make that work, though. And honestly, I also don't think that Arch looks at tight ends very often. I think that he's locked into his receivers and going through his progressions that way, because there's been a few times where I've been watching film and the tight ends are open, and he just doesn't look their way.
Yeah.
So that's probably something that they'll have to take a look at this offseason as well.
All right, man, let's get to our final predictions. How do you see this game going, and what is your final score prediction?
I see this game going pretty similarly to the Vanderbilt game. I think Texas jumps on them early and gets a couple of early scores to kind of separate themselves. And I think they're in control of the game, but Arkansas kind of keeps pace after that, gets some points on the board. I don't think Texas is ever necessarily in trouble in this game, but I do think Arkansas covers I think it's 8.5 now, or it opened up at 8.5. I don't know what it's at now. If we're locking it in at 8.5, I'll pick Texas to cover. Arkansas to cover, but Texas to win by a touchdown, and Arkansas has kind of a backdoor cover at the end of the game with a meaningless touchdown or a field goal or something like that.
8.5 is what it is at right now.
Yeah. So I've got 37-30 Texas.
Okay. 37-30 there. I have this Texas team playing well to start the game. Opening script goes well enough. You're able to get some plays early, get things going. And then maybe it slows down a little bit there in the second quarter. Arkansas gets one or two of the gets a score or two, so gets about 7 to 10 points there before the half, where we all get to go into halftime being like, oh no. It just makes us a little unhappy going into halftime. Go get another beer for yourself at halftime. I think we get that. And then the second half, Texas plays well enough to keep themselves in the lead until the end, and then we see Arkansas put up another score or two in there to get it closer. But I still think Texas covers for me. I have 38-27. I think Texas is going to be able to score enough points. And even though this defense has not been good, I think they can hold this Arkansas team to 27. That's not a wild number to say. That's not a super low number. So I think that they are going to be able to get some stops. I think they'll be able to get some stops near the goal line and just play good, sound football when they get in those positions. So maybe force a couple of field goals. But overall, I don't think it's ever going to be comfortable like Vanderbilt was, where Vanderbilt was a lot of fun for a lot of it. I think it's always going to feel like, there's someone creeping around that corner. And that's, you don't want to be there, and you're just waiting for it to be, when is the onslaught going to come? The big hope I have for this, for Texas covering, is being able to run the ball in the fourth quarter. That really, to me, is the difference of covering or not covering, is how long can you control the ball for in the second half? And if you can control the ball by running it and just feeding Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter, I think you have a much better shot for that. The issue is penalties. They kill those drives, and then everything's so, and then you got to throw, and then you get an incompletion, the clock stops. Those are the ones that kind of worry you a little bit. But if you can run that ball effectively, just play clean football there in the late third, fourth quarter, then you're able to cover that spread. If you can't, then we all get to freak out in the fourth quarter again.
Yeah, that's my fear. We'll see what happens. I'm going to go watch the film tonight, probably of Notre Dame versus Arkansas, like Notre Dame's defense versus Arkansas's offense, to see exactly what they did to shut down Arkansas. Is it Arkansas making a bunch of mistakes and not protecting Taylon Green? Probably. But I want to see the type of scheme that they ran. And look, if I'm PK, I'm going and watching that game and seeing what they did to shut them down. Because where Arkansas and Vanderbilt are different in my opinion. One, Vanderbilt has a much better defense, obviously, and they can stop some people. But I think that Vanderbilt has, that never say quit, never die factor to them.
Yeah.
Part of that is because of Diego Pavia. I don't think Arkansas has that. I think if you jump out on them early, and you grind them down, then they will give up. If you let them stay in the game, then they will continue to eat you up. That's why I think it's important for Texas to get off to a fast start in this one.
I like it. Why don't we get some of your score predictions, guys? Chat and text line. Throw us what your final score predictions, what you see happening in this game Saturday. Like to see what you guys are believing. If we have our man Chan, if he is predicting another loss, or if he's, I know he's worried. It's Chan, so I know he's concerned. I know he is worried. It's warranted this time. It's warranted this time this season. I'm not shaming the man. Just saying I know he is. The question is, what is the final score prediction? Throw those in the chat. I'd love to see what you guys got. We're going to take our first break. We're going to come back and get into Matt's Bourbon Banter. We're going to get into some of the other games. We'll make our picks. Guess who's got the lead in the picks now, baby? It took me most of the season, but I'm there. I have a 1-game lead. So we will make some picks and see if Matt can regain the lead this weekend. But we'll get into all of that and whatever else you guys want to talk about. You still got more questions or more comments about the Arkansas-Texas game. Love to talk to you about that as well as we continue on in the show here on a Friday afternoon. It's an open bar, open gym Friday. Have a drink with us when we're back in 2.5 minutes.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328, or over there on the chat. Facebook, Twitch, X, and, of course, on YouTube. Give us a like and a subscribe. Get ready for that pregame and postgame that happens here every single game on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Matt, we do have in hour 2. We're going to get to some of our picks. We're going to get to some of the other games around college football. Big news from Missouri that I've been seeing. The Missouri-Oklahoma game takes on new importance. We'll talk about that a little bit. We got to get into Thursday Night Football because it happened, Matt.
Oh, yeah.
It happened. My Texans got the win. We got to get into that. I did watch last night. I saw something interesting. I'll say this now. We'd say this now. Arizona State last night when I was trying to find a game to watch after the Thursday Night Football, nothing was on anymore. I found a college basketball game, Matt. Arizona State, who we take on in the first round of the Maui Invitational, was playing Hawaii. Arizona State is already in Hawaii, Matt.
Well, that's not fair.
That seems very unfair, but I'm amazed. This feels like they are taking a week-long trip. Week plus long trip to Hawaii for Arizona State because they're playing on a Thursday night game, playing against Hawaii in Hawaii, and they'll be in the Maui Invitational starting next week I believe on Monday is when that begins. But yeah, I was like, all right, that's a different approach to it. Schedule Hawaii right before the Maui Invitational, and then just go down there. I don't know what the jet lag is in Hawaii, but you don't have any of that. You've also kind of already done all the beach stuff. And you've got to have all the fun. So you're not getting there on Saturday or Sunday and then being like, hey, it's a basketball. And we just got to train for basketball. You've already kind of got to have some fun before that. So you feel good about it. But yeah, I thought it was interesting. That was an interesting approach from Arizona State. I kind of like it.
Yeah. I mean, that's certainly a better way to do it than getting there late. Cause how long of a flight is that? 12 hours, probably 8 hours. I don't know. Yeah. I've never been to Hawaii. But I feel like that'll give them an advantage, just a little bit more rested, a little bit more ingrained in your schedule in Hawaii. I don't know when Texas is planning on getting there, but I hope they get there sooner than later.
Yep. They're 4 hours behind us. It's 1 o'clock there right now. So only 4 hours. So you're not going to get crazy jet lag from 4 hours. But it is just an interesting one. Then.
I think that depends on your age, Patrick, because I get jet lag when I go to California. So
You're just a tired man. That's all it is.
Probably.
Just tired. Keep throwing those predictions in the chat. Throw those predictions in the text line as well. What do you think the final score is for Texas and Arkansas on Saturday? Love to hear from you guys on a Friday afternoon. It is an open bar, open gym Friday. Let me crack another one here. Hour or two. Pop in the
There
top
you go.
again. Matt, every Friday, gives us a classier option than me pouring beers over a keyboard. He gives us a classier way to drink
Focus.
and teaches us about what bourbons are the best in the world and what you can have to add to your collection. Matt, what do you got for us this weekend? Matt's Bourbon Banter.
I went with this guy here. Did it not load? Oh, there we go.
There
Smoke Wagon, uncut, unfiltered, straight bourbon. This is batch 29 is the one that I have. It's out of the Nevada H&C Distilling Company, the MGP distillery. It's an ongoing release, 115.7 proof. The mash bill is, or the age is not available. But the mash bill is 60% corn, 36% rye, 4% malted barley. You can get this one pretty much anywhere. It's pretty easy to find. But the Nevada H&C Distilling Company was founded in 2012 by Arnold Chepnick and Jonathan Hensley in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's sourced from the MGP in Indiana, and the company ages their whiskey in the Nevada desert and leans on the bespoke blending to differentiate their whiskey from other MGP-sourced whiskeys. The company started releasing their uncut, unfiltered straight, which is this one, in 2017, and it became extremely popular. Their small batch and uncut, unfiltered releases both come with a stamped wax seal of 2 crossed guns and the phrase Bibimus Moriendum Est, which means drink for we must die, which I love. For the nose, the bourbon is it's rich. It's got kind of a caramel flavor. It's got some grain in there, some cinnamon, maybe a little citrus flavor that I get there. Its palate is kind of sweet and fruity. It has some caramel in there, some raspberry, maybe a little bit of chocolate, and spoiler alert, as there has been for every bourbon that I have reviewed, a little bit of oak that I really like to have in there. And then the finish is it's a little dry, it's a little oaky. It lingers a little bit, and it creates kind of a dry aftertaste. It's a very unique bourbon, I'll say that, but it's one of my favorites. It's a really cool looking bottle too, which always helps. And it's for 115 proof and one of those ones that, maybe seems like it's a little bit too high for your average drinker. This is a very smooth drinker, in my opinion. It's one of the more delicious bourbons that I've had, kind of from an outside of Kentucky or Texas distillery. And I highly recommend going and picking up a bottle. I give this one a 7.2 on my 10-point scale, which is, let me pull up my. I can never remember the. So it's in between great and excellent on my list. Oh yeah, and it MSRPs at about $60, so it's not too expensive. It's very affordable. It's not one of those ones that you're going to have to pay aftermarket, $200 for. It's very easy to find, very affordable, and a delicious way to get your weekend going and maybe give you an opportunity to take the edge off when you're watching that Arkansas offense this weekend.
Here you go. Appreciate that, Matt. Some affordable. You're not trying to take out the second mortgage there. You don't have to go into the portal to get that money and take all your NIL of the new bane of my existence. Texas should have got 73 players in the portal last season. Been told every single position they should have gotten at least somebody in the portal for every position. But I appreciate you, man. When I have to think about the portal, then I'll remember. Just take a sip of bourbon. Enjoy yourself a little bit more.
Smoke Wagon, uncut and unfiltered, baby. Go get you some.
There you go. All right, Matt. Thanks there for Matt's bourbon banter. Why don't we get into some of our picks here, Matt? It is time to get into some of our picks so we can get to looking at some of the other games around pro and college football this weekend. Of course, Texas basketball not playing until Monday in the Maui Invitational, but we do have to make our picks here, Matt. Let's start off here with an ACC game that holds a lot of ramifications for the playoff seeding and ACC conference championships and all of that. Let's start off here with Pitt versus Georgia Tech. You probably wouldn't have circled this on your calendar as a very important game, but it is. They are both one-loss teams in the ACC right now. So a big game. One of them takes 2 losses and kind of jumps out of the equation for the ACC championships and the possible automatic bid into the college football playoffs. The line right now, the line I have on here is Georgia Tech favored by 2.5 points. Matt, what do you like in Pitt versus Georgia Tech?
Ever since Narduzzi came out and said that he didn't care if they lost the game by 100 against Notre Dame, I have no faith in the tenacity and want and need of that football team. So, and I don't care if he tried to cover it up and rephrase and do all that kind of stuff.
Oh, it was gamesmanship, Matt. It was gamesmanship.
Is that what it was?
I don't know what it does. I don't know how Notre Dame looks at that and goes, okay, like we want to beat you by, do you just not want to play? That's fine.
Yeah, but I think Georgia Tech wins this one, and I think they win it by 2 scores. What's the spread again?
2.5.
2.5. Yeah, I've got Georgia Tech covering big time here.
Yeah, Pitt has been able to win. They lose to Notre Dame 37-15. It's not close. It didn't look like they were really like it didn't feel like they were super prepared and super energetic to go in that game. Georgia Tech's one loss this season was to NC State in a high-scoring affair, 48-36. They have allowed themselves too many times to be in these close games, so I do think it could be close, but 2.5, I'm on your side with that one and taking Georgia Tech. They've just been a better team. I think they have better players. So I am going to go with Georgia Tech as well. If it was 3.5, I might go, okay, that's a little bit closer. They did win by 2 against Boston College in their most recent matchup. So they have had a game where a 2.5 line would have sat there. But I'm going to take Georgia Tech as well. All right. Next game in the SEC, Matt. Tennessee, 4.5-point favorites at Florida. Florida's played better at home this season. They are pretty banged up. Tennessee is coming off a big loss. They've kind of got knocked out of the playoff contention as well. So they're not playing for a ton, but for Tennessee, they want to be, Josh Heupel especially, really wants to win this game and maybe take a little heat off of his back. What do you like in this game?
Well, first of all, there should be no heat on Josh Heupel's back. He's the best coach they've had since Phil Fulmer. I agree that it's there. I just think it's unwarranted.
Yeah.
I get that it can be difficult in the swamp, but I think Tennessee still has an outside shot at trying to make the playoff at 9-3 if they impress. I don't think they will, but I think that's what their mindset is. So I think that they run it up big on Florida here, and I've got Tennessee covering the 4.5.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. The line is actually kind of going the other direction, that they think will be closer. I don't know what Florida, how they're continuing to get people to believe in them. Like, they just haven't really shown up anytime that I think they've played anything recently. They lost to Georgia 24-20. Maybe people are thinking that's what you're going to see. They got blown out by Kentucky. They lost pretty handily to Ole Miss. It was still a 10-point game. I get Ole Miss did Ole Miss stuff in that and they couldn't put them away, but it was still a 10-point win on that one. They lost 34-17 to A&M. I get the 23-21 win over Mississippi State, and I know they beat us. I'm aware. But I think that was
in
more
September.
It was in September. I think it was more of a fluke. This Florida team just has not been good, so I'm going to go with Tennessee as well. I don't like picking the same as you, Matt. Feels like I'm damning myself to a bad record here, but
well, what were our records last week? Just so I know.
Last week you were 0-6.
Oh God!
And I was 2-4. We did pick the right teams a couple times. We both had Pitt covering last week. They did not cover clearly against Notre Dame. We had Bama beating Oklahoma and covering. That did not happen. and Ole Miss did not cover the 14.5 points that they had against Florida. So, and then I hit two of the NFL games, and you did not hit any of the NFL games either.
So I'm now what are our records now?
You have 28. I have 29 correct picks, but we're both well under 500, so I don't need to even list the other number. We're not going to catch up unless we play with basketball into perpetuity. We're not catching up on this one. So I'm going to say you have 29 correct picks. I have 28. I have 29. So that's how I'm going to tell you about it. Which the disclaimer I always say on this show, we pick purposely harder games to pick, which is why our record's not as good as people who just pick the games that are easier to pick, which your record would be much better. Nope, no shade on any of them. It's just a different way to do it, and we've been going to the harder routes. All right, last college game on here. I didn't put Oklahoma and Missouri in this pick 'em because in reality, I thought that they did not have a quarterback, and that may have changed. We'll get into that in a minute. BYU minus 2.5 at Cincinnati. This one's a big one in the ramifications of college football because BYU is wildly overranked right now in the college football playoff poll. And depending on what happens, they could slide in the back door if they continue to win as a one-loss team. If Cincinnati can go in there and burst that bubble, it's at Cincinnati. BYU is a 2.5-point favorite in this game, but a huge one for if Cincinnati can burst the bubble of BYU.
I think Cincinnati's a really good team for Big 12 standards. I think BYU is still a fraud, so I'm taking Cincinnati to cover this one. I'll take the 2.5 points. I think that we should still pick Oklahoma and Missouri and make this a 7-game slate.
Okay, you can pick Oklahoma, Missouri. We have so this one. The thing to know about Cincinnati is they started off on fire. We're playing great, and then things started to fall apart the last couple of weeks. They have a 45-14 loss to Utah. They have a 30-24 loss against Arizona. The only other game they lost was against Nebraska in the opening week of the season. For Big 12 standards, they have been a good team. Unfortunately, I do think they probably lose out for the season. I don't know if we'll pick the last one, but they play BYU and they play at TCU. I think BYU is they're just good enough to stay in this conversation and ruin everybody's fun. I think they will continue to ruin everybody's fun. So I'm going to say BYU covers here at 2.5 and gets a win and just continues. I think they're fraud still, Matt. I don't think beating Cincinnati proves you are not a fraud. But I do think BYU just continues to make life more miserable for the rest of us by just being overranked.
I really hope that BYU makes the playoff as an 11 seed and plays Ole Miss in round 1 at Ole Miss.
You want to buy?
No, I want Ole Miss is going to be the 6th.
That's the joke. That's the joke.
Oh, yes. I think Ole Miss would beat them 42-7.
All right. I'm going to go with the Mormons on that one. So let's go. We'll put this in one. I'll pencil this one in right now or marker it in. I don't have a pencil in my hand. But that Oklahoma-Missouri game became much more interesting because the reports are that Bo Pribula is going to be back in this game. Those are the reports we're hearing. He is questionable still on the injury report yesterday. But the reports are maybe this is all gamesmanship. Maybe it's not. But that is a big, big piece for Missouri. If you get your quarterback back, now you're taking on an Oklahoma team that's maybe not ready for that, maybe a little high on their horse. They've been playing good football. I get that. This is a team that I had said may not win another game after Texas, and they have clearly proven that wrong. They're 8-2 right now. Missouri, again, fighting for everything they've got. The Eli Drinkowitz rumors are rampant that he is taking one of these jobs somewhere. He is going to get out of Missouri as well, so they're trying to figure that out. But this is a big game, Matt. Oklahoma is now favored by 6.5 points, so that's where we're going to put it. Is it 6.5? For a bonus pick here, what do you like in Missouri versus Oklahoma?
Missouri shuts down John Mateer because he's bad against good teams. And Bo Pribula coming back from a dislocated ankle after like 3 weeks. What is it, 3 or 4 weeks?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. I don't know how much he's going to be involved in the run game, but I think that's going to boost their team enough to get them over the top here. I've got them covering the 6.5.
I think the Bo Pribula comeback is going to be really, really big for Missouri. I think it's going to be one of those things that kind of where your season felt lost. And if he's able to come back and he's able to play, it is going to make this team play much better. I think Oklahoma is still, I don't really believe in this team to be a championship team. John Mateer isn't playing great football, but they're winning. That defense is winning.
He's got 8 touchdown passes this year.
No, that's what I'm saying. John Mateer isn't the guy. They don't have a run game. I don't know how this offense is doing it, quite frankly. It doesn't make a ton of sense. But their defense is legit. And that is the question is, can they go and hit Bo Pribula a couple times when he's in there and really make him regret coming back to play a couple weeks here? It is a big game. The 6.5, though, is what's sticking me. Is I think this could be a close game. I do think OU could leave the door open. I think it could be low scoring at points because I don't know if it wasn't at OU, it would be a much easier pick to say, well, it's covered. But I don't know, Matt. This one's difficult for me. This one's difficult because I don't want to take OU. I really don't want to because it is 5-26 and OU still sucks. We know that. I'm going to go ahead and say I think OU wins. I think Missouri covers.
Okay.
So I do think that OU wins this game, but I'm going to go at 6.5. They beat Tennessee 33-27, 6-point game. They beat Alabama 23-21 in between 6 points. I just think that there's a pretty good chance that it stays within that number. It may be a 7-point game. I just don't see Oklahoma being able to put up the amount of points they need to run away with this against a Missouri team who's going to be playing well. But I do think Missouri covers the 6.5. I think they're in the fight, but I'll say Oklahoma gets them. All right, let's look for some NFL games, Matt. In the NFL schedule right now, we're getting now to some games that are starting to have playoff implications. We were looking at it last night. We'll talk about the Texans in a minute, but I was talking to my buddy about the playoff implications and the rest of the seasons and the schedule for the rest of the way and how these playing out. And a big piece on either side. It's great for the Texans. One of these teams got to lose. That's a good thing for the Texans. One of them has to lose. The Colts and the Chiefs. Colts in their division. Chiefs are also a 500 team that a win puts them at 6-5. So losing, going to 5-6 maybe hurts them a little bit more. Chiefs are favored at home as a 500 team against a Colts team that is 8-2. Daniel Jones off the injury report. He will be playing in this game. What do you think about the Colts at the Chiefs?
Give me Indiana Jones and the Colts. I believe in this team, and I think the Chiefs dynasty is finally over. I'm taking the Colts, man. Jonathan Taylor is going to have a good game, and that defense is playing well enough. So I've got the Colts.
Yeah, I mean, this Chiefs team looked like it was turning it around. They had 3 straight wins, and now 2 of them are against not really good teams, and then they went on the road, and they lose at Buffalo, and they lose to the Broncos. If we look at this team, they have won 1 road game. The Chiefs have won. They have lost 3 road games and then 2 games at home to start the season. But they have not been a great road team, but they've been decent at home since they've been playing. This one I do think is probably going to be pretty close. But it's hard. It's hard to pick against the Colts right now. They're playing really good football. They've got things going, but I'm going to say the Chiefs. I'm going to take the Chiefs in this one. I do think that they are going to be able to make an impact in this. And so I'm going to take the Chiefs plus or minus 3.5. I really like it. It was 2.5, but it's plus or minus 3.5 on that one. All right. Your boy, your favorite player in all of the NFL history, possibly sports history, JJ McCarthy.
I thought you were going to say the Rams.
No. Vikings are taking on the Packers. Packers are favored by 6 points in this game. They have just really, really done a piss poor job of taking care of business in Green Bay. This game is in Green Bay. We know the Vikings have been struggling, all those pieces put together, but man, they have been having a rough time. Have the Packers of putting away teams that they should be able to beat. What do you think about this one, Matt?
I just feel like the Packers are going to bounce back in this one. As we all know, I don't believe in JJ McCarthy. I think that he's a fraud. So I'm taking the Packers. I think that Micah Parsons gets after JJ McCarthy. I think it'll be a little bit more high scoring than people think. I don't know why. I can't tell you that, but I have a feeling in my bones about it. Which probably means it's going to be 13-12 or something. but I'm taking the Packers to cover. I think they're due for a cover.
Look, I think the Vikings have maybe gotten more of a bad rap by playing some decent teams and not showing up completely for those games. But I'm with you. I don't really believe in JJ McCarthy. I think this is an interesting game. I'm going to go ahead and agree with you and take the Packers on this one because I do believe that this is a game that the Packers can get a little bit of home cooking and feel pretty good about. All right, one last NFL game for you, and this is your boy. Bucks at the Rams. Rams favored by 7 points. I think Bucky Irving is now out. The Bucks are playing with fire now with all of these injuries. They looked early to be one of the favorites in the AFC. They were playing really good football, and now they're not even necessarily great odds-on favorite to win that division. The Panthers threatening the Buccaneers in that division now. And as they're still not healthy, another tough game for the Buccaneers. 7 points, though, Matt. 7 points from this spread. Does your boy get it done and blow them out, or can they keep it in the number?
I think the Rams are very successful in this football game on Sunday. Baker Mayfield came out and said Matthew Stafford might be the best pure passer of the football in the history of the NFL. Give me the Rams to cover big time. He has another 4 touchdown game goes for 250 plus, and the Rams get it done.
You had to throw in that part about just greatest player ever, and you had to couldn't let that one go out. All right. Tampa Bay has just not really looked good the last several weeks. They've been blown out in some of these games. I mean, since all the injuries, if Bucky Irving was coming back, maybe it's a different look for this team. But 7 points. I wish we had a 7.5 on this one, or 6.5. But I'm going to go that it'll be within a touchdown. This may be a push. I think this game could easily be a push at 7 points. But I'm going to go ahead and take the Buccaneers on this one. Change it up a little bit. Give you a chance to come back here.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, I've got to stay on brand on this show, and that means that Matthew Stafford is the best quarterback in the NFL, and JJ McCarthy shouldn't start for a high school team. So
JJ McCarthy shouldn't be able to tie his shoes.
Yeah.
So Bruce says Titans tickets and Cardinals tickets going for $20. So there are affordable NFL games out there. There's some Texas basketball games against, and now it's because their opponents are really bad. But there's some cheap tickets out there. If you want looking in December to go to a Texas basketball game on a Monday or a Tuesday, there's some definite affordable tickets. And I believe downtown, like if you get into that campus area parking, you find street parking, I think it cuts off at 6 p.m. So I might go down to one of these games and really just really cheap it up to try and go. And now you can't be buying drinks and food once you get there, else that's $100 down the drain. But might be going with that one.
Well, speaking of Texas basketball, just real quick.
Yes.
Do you know that the Texas Longhorns scored more points on Ryder than the number 2 Houston Cougars did last night?
Well, yeah, but how many points did Ryder score?
It doesn't matter. That's not the point. This obviously means that the Texas offense is better than the Houston offense.
That's what it means. I like that, Matt. I like that. It's not that Houston plays a defensive style and that's what they've built their reputation on over the several years. It's that Texas, it's that they never should have let Tremont Mark leave.
Yeah.
All right, looking around in the college football world outside of the games that we picked, not a ton of really big games outside of that. The SEC is doing a lot of their late season non-conference games that everybody hates. You do get the USC-Oregon game, Matt. This is 15 versus 7. This is a game for USC to have any hopes to get in the playoff, has to win. And for Oregon, really has to win to stay in it. Now, granted, who knows? They could just say, we don't care. We're putting in enough Big Ten teams, so Oregon gets in no matter what, because screw you guys. We hate you. And there shouldn't be 5 SEC teams, even though there should be 5 SEC teams. We're not going to do that. But what do you think about this one? Oregon's a 9.5-point favorite. It's at Oregon. USC's played well at times this season, Matt. What do you like? What do you think about this USC-Oregon game? Is there a chance that we get more chaos, or does it stay the norm?
I've picked USC to cause chaos, I think, twice this year. I think they lost both of those games. So just to stick it to Lincoln Riley and make sure they don't get into the playoff, I'm picking USC to cover the 9.5. And win that football game. Some reverse psychology.
I love it, Matt. I think Oregon wins this game. Unfortunately, I want there to be some more chaos. There is a world where Texas does somehow find its way back in this playoff. It seems like a really long shot at this point. But at the point if there's tons of chaos. So I'm rooting for chaos at this point. I'd like us to be able to talk about football more and more about Texas football, Matt. So I'm rooting for chaos, but I do think Oregon wins this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about chaos, I think Texas would need Oklahoma to lose this weekend. I think they need Oregon to lose this weekend. I think they would need – what was the other one I was thinking of?
All the ACC teams, just all of them.
Yeah, probably. What was I had another game in mind. Kentucky would probably need to upset Vanderbilt. Kansas State over Utah would be a big one.
That would be big too.
And then Cincinnati over BYU. So
Who's
if any
Miami
of those things
playing?
happen, then Miami's playing Virginia Tech, who's awful.
Let's go Virginia Tech. Let's go.
Basically cheer for anybody who is ranked ahead of Texas to lose.
That's what we have. No, I'm with you on that one. It's so weird too. We need Vandy out of the way. We're like, we beat Vandy though. We beat them. We shouldn't. If it comes down to it, and there's only 2 teams, we should go ahead of them because we're better than they. Didn't play. They didn't play Ohio State. Come on, man. Ohio State shouldn't count.
I vehemently disagree about all that, but
I know.
I also, just for the record, I've started to lean towards disagreeing about the late season FCS thing. I've stopped caring about it. I just don't think it's a big deal because those teams are starting SEC play earlier in the season, and they're healthier for those games and whatever. But at the end of the day, everybody plays the same amount of conference games, and those teams have to. Some of those teams have to play non-cons at the end of the year, like Georgia Tech has to play Georgia, Florida has to play Florida State, things like that. So it just doesn't bother me anymore.
I don't think it sucks that we can't adjust our schedule because the way the Big 12 did it. They think that's kind of frustrating that you can't have the schedule the way you want it for your head coach to want it. But that, we know he's not going to be the head coach next year anyway, right? So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's gonna coach the Winnipeg Blue Bombers is the latest rumor, I think.
That's where Lane Kiffin's going, right? That's her.
Yeah, that's another team that he's
going together. Well. They're going together.
Yeah, co-offensive coordinators and co-head coach.
Let's look over at some NFL. Matt, it happened yesterday. We should not be Bo's bodyguard. I vehemently disagree with that. I don't like the concept of let's be complete and total wimps and let's be the change we don't want to see in the world. I don't like doing that. I get it. I'll stand on my high horse and say we should be able to beat Ohio State. That's what I think we should be able to do. I think we should be able to beat the non-conference teams we have, and I think we will be able to. I think beating Michigan last year was great for us. So I think there are worlds where it's playing these non-conference games. You just don't know what powerhouse you're going to walk into. We don't know. Notre Dame, imagine if A&M didn't play Notre Dame. Then we're all like, oh, they're complete paper champions. But because they have at least one decent win on their schedule, we're like, okay, they're not. There is benefits, Beavers. I get it sucks that we lost to Ohio State. But I don't mind it. I just don't want, personally, I don't want to be the problem in society which is these complete wimp, coward schools like Indiana, who should be disqualified completely from the college football playoff for canceling their non-conference. I hate them. I hope they lose in the first round. I completely cannot stand it. I cannot stand teams backing away. The whole point of football and the whole point of this effort that we try and do is to go be men and go play these great games that we all enjoy watching. I get the concept of there are these shady, less than men coaches who I wouldn't want to shake Curt Cignetti's hand, quite frankly, because I think he's a coward and a wimp. So I will not ever get on the game plan that we should cancel our non-conference. We should take away what makes college football great because there are some really shitty, horrible human beings that are ruining it by trying to be cowards about it. That's my stance on it. But maybe I'm not harsh enough about Curt Cignetti. I think he is a coward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that the college football committee has not held up their end of the bargain when they say that strength of schedule and strength of record and tough out of conference opponents matter. But I think it's setting a bad precedent to go the Indiana route. And I don't care what Texas A&M does. I don't care what Tennessee does. I don't care what Indiana does. You're a blue blood. You're the University of Texas. You should play the best of the best and beat them.
Yeah,
and that's
way,
supposed to be the standard. So
by the way, if your viewpoint is we don't want to play hard teams, then you don't know what the standard of Texas is. You can't go and say Sark doesn't know what the standard. The standard of Texas is to play the best and to beat the best. Now, we didn't beat them this year, but we played them, and that is the standard.
Yeah.
So
and they played Alabama a couple years ago and they beat them.
What do we say? The timid of the week? Which the week? Curt Cignetti, Indiana, the week.
Yeah, and let's be honest, everybody expected Michigan to be a top team last year when Texas played them, and they went in there and they beat their ass. Yeah. And they're going to play Ohio State again next year. They're going to play Michigan the year after that. Then they've got Notre Dame on the schedule, and that's not going to stop. CDC wants to schedule these games, and they're going to continue to schedule them whether the large portion of the fan base likes it or not.
Let's also throw in the playoff committee is going to keep changing, so it could change year to year. There is no this year they didn't care as much about it. Next year they could. So I mean, it just is what it is. I get it. Notre Dame and Oregon being ranked ahead of Alabama is crazy to me. I think it's stupid too. I do think that once we get to the playoffs and we get into it, it'll sort itself out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just refuse. I refuse to be somebody who says, guys, there's an easy way out. Let's take the easy way. Let's go make college football less fun. Guys, let's ruin this thing we love because then we'll be in the playoffs. And then we'll get smoked in the playoffs in the first round because we haven't played anybody. And we have way too much confidence.
Here's the deal. Would you rather be a 10-2 team? I mean, Texas is not going to make the playoff this year, barring craziness.
Yeah.
But if you don't lose to Florida, you're in the playoff. Number one.
Yeah.
So take care of that game, and this isn't even a conversation. Number two, would you rather be a 10-2 team that has a top 10 schedule, that has wins over Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, Georgia, Texas A&M, and your resume speaks for itself, and there is no doubt that you're going to get into the playoff, or an 11-1 team that didn't play anybody and there's still a question that you're going to get in at 11-1, or a 10-2 team that didn't play anybody and they didn't play anybody, we're not going to let them in, like Utah. So it does matter. The seeding right now isn't reflecting that. I feel like by the final college football playoff rankings, it's going to reflect that to a higher degree. And let's be honest about it. If you're a 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 seed, it really doesn't matter in terms of, you're still going to play the same teams. And I get that they're road games in the college football playoff, and that makes it a little bit more difficult. But the results will reflect who the better team is regardless. And more often than not in these situations, the SEC team is probably going to come out on top anyway.
Yeah. No, I look, and people, you can have your opinion. I'm not saying that your opinion is crazy or anything else, because a lot of people agree with you. My thought is I don't want to root for a school of cowards who are just going to go, man, could we just, like, I don't want to be A&M celebrating not playing anybody this year like they're doing something special. I think they're a really, really good team, but I don't want to be them. I'd rather be at Texas where we play the really good games and we win a lot of them. We didn't win a lot this season. It's a bad season. I don't take that to say let's throw out all of the tradition and everything else, because we'd rather be a team that, you know, lost to Georgia and lost to Florida and beat 4 nobodies and is sitting at the back, probably behind Alabama right now at like 11 or 12. But we have a better shot to get in if we beat A&M. And then A&M beats us, and then we go home and we cry and say, well, now what do we complain about? Now what do we say is the reason why we got screwed? We didn't get screwed. We didn't play good football. That's what happened.
At the end of the day, the reason that you're not in the playoff race is because you lost to a 3-7 Florida team.
Yes. That's it. We didn't play good football. Arch Manning sucked against Ohio State. The defense was garbage against Florida, and the offensive line was garbage against them too. And then against Georgia, we just got outcoached and outplayed. It's what it is. We weren't going to win a championship no matter what. So I get the concept of roundabout arguing that it doesn't matter, and you know what, the committee is the reason we have to do this. It is a roundabout way to say, I will take the cheater's way out. I will take the loser's way out of this, rather than be a man, stand up and face what's in front of you. I don't like saying a man because I know there's strong women too, but I'm saying it in the sense of it rubs me the wrong way for Texas fans to say, well, Sark isn't meeting the standard, or, you know, Sark can't say what's the standard. And when Texas fans are also like, we shouldn't play anybody. Guys, it's the rules are what they are. I've often looked at Lane Kiffin and thought less of him because he doesn't schedule that. He is one of those people. I thought less of Tom Herman when he did it at Texas too. And when I heard Tom Herman say, man, if I could schedule just all easy non-conference, I would. And I thought less for him of that too. That's just my personal opinion, though. You are free to have your own opinion. My personal one is I want great college football, and I'd rather try and fight on the side of, hey, let's try and make everybody else have great football games. And by the way, I think we're going to do a future where teams are going to have to start playing those games, because guess what? ESPN owns everything. And when ESPN starts scheduling for all of these teams, they're going to be like, guess what? You're going to play 2 hard non-conference games because we're tired of these lame games on our schedule.
Yeah.
We want great games every game of the week, and we want to put you on TV. We want you to be on ABC so you can get better recruits, and so people watch you and know what your brand is. I think there's a ton of reasons to schedule these games, and to be a wimp and not do it because you're trying to get a big win and a big contract, which Signetti got now. He got what he wanted. He's going to get knocked out of the playoffs. They're going to start to go downhill. They'll be decent in the Big Ten because the Big Ten is a really garbage bottom half. And they will drop out of relevance like several other teams have.
Yeah. And Lane, the argument is that we would be a 2-loss team right now had we not scheduled OSU. I get that.
He's on my side. He's on my side.
I know. I get that. But the argument actually is, even if you took Ohio State off of your schedule and you got dominated by Florida, which you did, I know it was a 1-score game, but the score did not reflect the dominance in that game. You still have a terrible loss to Florida. You still have a blowout loss to Georgia. And you've played very up and down the entire season. And you haven't put a full 4-quarter game together since Sam Houston State, which I'm not counting because it's Sam Houston State. So regardless, the committee is going to look at you and say, they are not a complete football team. They have not played well this entire season for 4 quarters. You went on the road. You barely beat Kentucky in overtime. You went on the road. You had to have a monumental comeback to beat Mississippi State in overtime. And with the Ohio State game taken completely off the schedule and you get a win there, you are likely still on the outside looking in at the college football playoff going into the A&M game. That's just the fact of the matter.
Yeah. No, and it's I get it. I get all of the reasons. I really do. I understand it. It is a personal thing. It's the same thing that I said it's unpopular that I don't think a 3-loss team should be in the playoff.
There should not be a 3-loss team in the playoff.
I get all of that, but I'm also more of the purist that I don't think the playoff should be 12 teams. I don't care about, like, if Texas is not, I get like, hey man, wouldn't it be great to be in the playoffs? I'd love there to be more football. You know what I really loved? that we got to watch football week 1. And we got to love football a little bit more early in the season than if we didn't schedule anybody. And it would have been weeks. And then you know what? You know what we would have been? We would have dropped from number 1 when we lose to Florida as our first game. We'd have been like number 20. They would have gone, oh, they beat nobodies and they struggle with some of them. Arch Manning wouldn't have gotten better. We would have, we could have been a much worse team. Like, there's just so many things that I think were the positives. Plus, I don't think recruits want to go to a team that does that as much. Not the people who want to come to Texas. It's not the selling point of Texas. So I'm aware of all the pieces. I get the resume and all this other stuff. I just personally, my opinion is I don't want to be on the wrong side of history. And I get you can figure out all the ways and say everybody else is doing it. Personally, that's my world. I don't want to be on the wrong side of history. And I think lessening college football to try and sneak into the playoffs back door so you can go lose in the first or second round because you're not really that great of a team because you lost to Florida, because you went to overtime with Kentucky and Mississippi State. I think that to me is there's no real thrill in that. I love the week of, but I'd hate it when we lost. So that's my personal opinion, not invalidating anybody else's on this one. I think that Texas has done some really good things. I think they've got a lot of building blocks to build on for next season. The reality is, I think a lot of people look at college football and it's a win a championship or bust world for 30 teams in college football every year. And it was for us this year. And then I think after Ohio State, my expectations drastically changed. And I'm glad they did because it's made the rest of the season a little bit easier to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
Yeah, Lane, next 4 seasons are out. I mean, not timed, but we know our opponents for the next 4 seasons in the SEC.
Yeah, and look, if you beat A&M, you still have 3 wins over top 10 teams.
Mm-hmm.
If you beat Arkansas, you finish 9-3, you have a win over 3 top 10 teams. You still have a shot to get in. But they are not counting the Ohio State loss against Texas if it comes to Texas getting in at the number 10 seed versus another, Big 12 or ACC team that has a better record. They're going to go in Texas's favor if that is the case regardless. The unfortunate fact of the matter is these 2 losses came at the end of September, and then you just got blown out by Georgia, which dropped you far.
Yeah.
Whether or not you lost to Ohio State, you were a top 10 team a week ago, and you dropped 7 spots, and you would have been a top 10 team a week ago whether or not you had the loss to Ohio State, and you still would have dropped out of playoff contention with the loss to Georgia.
Nope.
Would you have had an easier path if you didn't have to play Ohio State? Yeah. But let's be honest about this, everyone. What is the point in making the playoff if you're not going to win the championship? If you're not a team that is going to win a national championship or have a chance to compete for a national championship, which this team does not, they are not complete enough. They cannot go on the road to Ole Miss or Oregon or another maybe Texas Tech, which I still doubt. They can't go on the road and beat one of those teams in the playoff. So what is the point? Your university gets a little bit more money. You get to say that you made the 12-team playoff and lost in the first round. Or do you get to go hit the transfer portal and rebuild for next year and really turn yourself into a team that can compete for a national title next year?
Yeah.
You don't make the playoff just for the sake of making the playoff. Like, I get that it's nice.
Not the standard. Not the
It's
standard.
not the standard. It's like with Texas basketball. We don't want that mentality with Texas football. We don't want to, if you make the tournament, you're good.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a quick second break, Matt. We'll come back, wrap it up. We're going to be positive. Last 6 minutes of the show. Promise. We'll wrap it up, hit our meat head of the day, and send you off to the weekend. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on an open gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym, wrapping it up. There you go, Matt. Coming in late in the Open Gym, Open Bar Friday afternoon, popping the top again. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here on a Friday afternoon. We've got a big game on Saturday. We'll celebrate. Texans did get the win last night, and the really great part, 8 sacks on Josh Allen. This Texans defense is legit, playing really good football right now. So rooting for all the right pieces to keep falling for the Texans to make the playoffs, and hopefully that offense will start to figure out a little bit more. It looked a little bit better last night because the Bills' defense is really bad. So Davis Mills was able to make a few things happen. Woody Marks was able to get a few good runs out of there as well, Matt. But it was a fun Thursday night for me.
What did he end up doing? I need to figure out what he did on fantasy last night.
Davis Mills?
No, Woody Marks.
Woody Marks had 74 yards on 14 carries. So no touchdowns for you, though, unfortunately. So he did not get not a huge night. He averaged 4.6 yards per carry, which is pretty good for the Texans. The Texans right now.
Oh, he gave me 8 points. That's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it could have been. Some other bad players out there who've done worse. Let's get to our meathead of the day. I'm sure most people have already seen this video. It is circulating now, but this is one of the saddest, craziest, weirdest things, but it's what sports are all about in some people's minds, especially in Philly.
Oh, they're being cute about it. Oh, there we go. Oh, gosh. Oh, that guy's going after Dak. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my, they ripped off the paper. Oh, my gosh.
This is insane.
Oh. Wait, show the back.
There is a elementary school in Philadelphia showing the kids that you should be able to punch the opponents. Who cares about sportsmanship in Philadelphia? Go after the team who's not very good and you're very good, but then you're going to – if I was the Eagles, I'd be like, who? It's like the Cowboys aren't that great, guys. I wouldn't even worry about them too much. I do it after they won, but you beat them already.
I think Eagles fans are clinically insane. Like I think that this is like a cult almost. They're mean, they're gross, they're loud. They have no sportsmanship. any of those things. I mean, to be fair, Cowboys fans are really terrible too, just in a different way. But I mean, this doesn't surprise me at all. You're teaching kids in Philadelphia to be violent. Congratulations.
They did have a lot of punching bags for an elementary school.
Yeah. I mean, I probably in years past would have loved to have that Dak Prescott, punching bag. But this year he's playing pretty well. So
let me ask you, maybe it was just my school. My elementary school had 0 punching bags. I believe we had 0.
Yeah, you shouldn't have punching bags in an elementary school.
There was like 10 of them. That's a lot of punching bags for an elementary school budget. Maybe it's a therapy. I don't know where they ended up with 10 punching bags at an elementary school. I just remember they just used to have a giant rope in the cafeteria that they would hang from the ceiling, and you would climb up what felt like a 20-foot tall room, maybe 25, and you would climb up the rope and then touch the bell at the top and then slide back down the rope with a 2-inch pad underneath you. And when I look back on that, being 20 feet, 25 feet up in the air on a rope with my own power holding me and realizing if I fell, there was really nothing anybody could do. Like, I'm just a sack of shit heading straight for my paralyzation. I still don't know how they allowed us to do stuff like that, but that was the 90s.
I mean, man, we just played dodgeball.
I don't know if you could paralyze yourself in dodgeball. You could definitely do it in some of the stuff we did in elementary school.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I probably should have been paralyzed with all the pickup football the tackle pickup football that I played.
That's true. Yeah.
In my friends' yards or at the school, but with no parental supervision from anyone. But hey, that was before anybody had cell phones, so they had no idea what we were doing.
Exactly. The good old days, Matt. The good old days. Hopefully we will have some good old days this weekend. It's always that world, you don't know the good old days until it's past. So you never know you're in it. Hopefully Texas has that this weekend, has a great game against Arkansas. Remember to tune in for the pregame and postgame coverage right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We've got a short week next week for Thanksgiving, but we will be back on Monday. So until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here Monday for more